options. I didn't know then, but we took every precaution. Now you're holding back, but I can hear the pain underneath your breath. I can feel the shame running through your head. I just wanna stop it. I just wanna stop it. Where do you turn when you need someone? Where do you hide when you just can't run? Where do you go when you have no home? When you have no hope? What do you do when you're losing sleep? When real life doesn't beat your dreams? I just wanna know if you feel it too. Is it me and you? All alone in a crowded room. You don't know what I've been through. I don't know your past, but I would never claim to. I try to understand all that you said that you can't take back. Making mistakes doesn't make you bad. I know that it's hard to do. Where do you turn when you need someone? Where do you hide when you just can't run? Where do you go when you have no home? When you have no hope? What do you do when you're losing sleep? When real life doesn't beat your dreams? I just wanna know if you feel it too. Is it me and you? All alone in a crowded room.
Hello, all my demons and imps, and welcome back to another stream. Hi, Asmo. Hi, Reina. We're back here for another week of our D&D session. Last week, when we left off, everybody did some exploration of the basement area of the church and found quite a bit of stuff. We also took some time to bury the dead body of our fallen friend, Dragoni. We will be moving on to the next part of our lovely session now, and moving on to a little bit of downtime, included with a bit of a cooking competition that the entire town is holding. I think it will be quite a bit of fun. Dragoni is dead. Dragoni died, yes. Dragoni unfortunately perished when he was not being too careful with his life, unfortunately. No one was able to give him any heals before they went searching in the, I think it's the abbot's room. And while they were searching, they found a massive hole in his floor that led to an underground bunker secret base type deal underneath the church. So during that time, while they were exploring the hole, our lovely other paladin decided it would be a funny joke to push Dragoni into the hole. Not knowing that my rules for death saves is that you don't reset death saves until you've taken a long rest. So when Dragoni fell into the hole, he fell and died. Which was unfortunate. Hi, Victor. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well as well. On a different note, I'm a little late to the game today as I was doing a little bit of assistance for my mother and our community center by volunteering a little bit of my time while I waited for a lovely, lovely bit of wings. In my area, we have a fun little event every once a month, usually the on a Friday, the end of the month, where the community center gets together and pays for several pounds worth of wings. So on that day, we all come together. We pay $10 per pound, and we get a pound of wings each. Depending upon what everyone wants or what flavor of wings people get, is what toppings will be added. For me, I normally get a pound of honey garlic and a pound of bear, as I do like my honey garlic, but I don't always like sticky fingers. So I tend to switch between the two. Today, though, I just have honey garlic because while I was running out the door uh, to try and get home as quickly as possible, I realized my mother hadn't ordered any wings for herself. So I get to have a pound of honey garlic. My mom gets to have a pound of bear wings, which she usually puts dill pickle seasoning on top of. So that's quite a bit of fun. And I also grabbed for myself a salad because I managed to find some time to grab myself a salad. What is everyone else's favorite type of wings? As I said, I like honey garlic, but I know there is also people who enjoy that spice of hot and spicy, or even some seasonings that aren't readily available, like balsamic or even ranch on their wings. But on a different note, everybody is still sitting around and waiting for us to go, so we are going to move right on over and get right on into our D&D game. Please feel free to let me know during our time what kind of wing flavoring do you usually add to your wings?
I'm more of a CJ person. I like Flick's design,
This
but
surprises me absolutely 0%.
like again, I like Flick's design, but I'm not a bug person.
Uh-huh.
Alright,
Well,
hello,
I am a
Eagles.
bug person. And...
I
Hello.
can't. Oh, hey, Rose. Welcome back. I
Hi.
can't see the name CJ without thinking about GTA.
Uh-huh.
All you had to do
shit.
was follow the damn train, CJ.
Here we go again.
We love this.
I'm gonna push this question to all of you as well, since I just asked this question of my followers. But, what type of wings would you get if you were to get a pound of wings? What flavor would you
Ooh,
add to them?
honey garlic, 100%.
I agree.
Boneless honey barbecue.
Ooh.
I'm
I'm with it.
I'm
I'm with
exempt
it.
from this question, but usually I dip my veggie chicken nuggets in plum sauce.
Just
That's
Nice.
the most I have.
The most extra person in our D&D party, right there.
Vegetarian chicken
I
nuggets.
don't eat meat.
Very delicious.
You want something? I actually want to try and find like vegetarian or like vegan chicken nuggets and give Lee the proper experience of like a proper like boneless chicken bites.
Arden,
That's
I need
all.
you to know that I stopped eating meat because I didn't like meat, and I don't eat a lot of veggie meat. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's all good.
You could
Also,
probably make them cauliflower in the shape of meat.
That is true. I could.
That's
Yeah,
what most
there's
vegan nuggets are.
yeah, I've
Cauliflower.
done battered cauliflower bites. They're pretty good.
But I mean, if I had to pick a flavor, like it's very specific to my area. There's a bar in our area called the Weeking Lizard. I think they're a national chain, but I'm not positive. Um, but they have this flavor called Goldfinger that
Oh,
it's so good. It's like It's just the right amount of sweet, the right amount of citrus. You know, anybody can eat it. It's super good.
I would say with that, is that like a mix of Goldschlager with with a sauce?
No, I wish it was.
To be honest, that would be very delicious.
It's always
Does it
like
have
the
fake gold
green
on
dot.
it? Is it bougie that way?
No.
Uh,
I'm not
disrespected.
bougie at all ever. That's a
So
lie. I
it's
just
with
lied to you. I'm
like
sorry.
a case full of like vintage
You're bougie.
whiskies.
You're you're uh you're bougie about your booze. Booze.
That's true. That's true. That's absolutely true. I do get uppity about my alcohol sometimes.
You've been known to get a tiny bit uppity.
Yes, he has also been known to
From
talk
time
about his
to time.
IPAs.
Actually, by the way, Rose, did you see my suggestion on Discord about the church?
I did not see your suggestion
Okay.
online about the church.
That's fine. It was from a couple of days ago. I'll send it
Oh
to
no,
you
wait,
again
I
later.
did. Oh, I
Okay,
forgot.
okay.
Yeah, my brain is kind of up in the air as I've been running around all day today. The reason why I asked the question about wings is because today's volunteering day was all about volunteering for my local community center, and every week, not every week, but every month on the last day of the week, usually a Friday, we have wing night, which requires a little bit of volunteers to come and help not only prepare the wings, but also to call out the numbers. So my throat is a little bit sore from calling out numbers.
Oh, good.
Sounds fair.
I did manage to run back just in time after giving out, I think it was 40 things of wings, and managed to also put my own order in, so I have my order right with me right now.
Nice.
Impressive.
I was number
now that
42.
Now that you said wings a bunch of times rapid fire, I want wings. And it's very fortunate for me that I had wings last night, so I have some leftovers in the fridge.
On a similar note to the alcohol conversation, though, I have in my lovely hands a very amazing booze that I will be definitely taking shot glasses worth of because, good God, I don't feel like drowning myself in Kraken. So.
Oh God, don't do that to
Is that what you
yourself.
have?
I have a dark spiced rum, specifically called the Kraken. It is 47% alcohol per volume.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Hang on.
It sure does.
Let me just.
Yeah, I was figuring.
Uh-huh.
I knew exactly what was gonna happen as soon as I mentioned it. So this
here and button, and we're gonna scroll down, and boom. Okay, I did the thing.
This was not unexpected.
Good old Kraken.
Listen, you guys always differentiate. That hydrate. Y'all think I'm gonna drink water? Hell no, not unless I'm sick and or dying.
But anyways, thank you for allowing me to take my first shot at Kraken of the day, and let me try and figure out where the fuck I put my shot glass.
Have you had Kraken before, Rose?
Yes, I have. I love it. It is amazing. Out of all the rums in the world, if I could just drink this, I would be happy. But you know what other rum I would love to try in the future? There's a rum I would love to try in the future, but it costs more than this rum costs because they aren't producing it anymore. And it's basically a rum called Outflute. So it's the Outflute rum. Last time I remember seeing it, it was like 65 or 66% alcohol per volume. But since they stopped making it, the last production batch they made of it was back in 2000. The cost of it is quite a bit in order to find one.
Fair enough.
But anyways, Spike, please give us the recap of last week's game.
Yesterday, last week.
Yeah, yesterday, last week. So we came home, and explained to Capri what had happened in his absence. As I advised everyone last week, I was joking around and Oni took it seriously, and then he died at the bottom of the hole. Misty, because she wasn't here, we just assumed she ran into her bedroom to cry her eyes out. I'm assuming that's what's happening, or she's sharpening a bunch of sticks to stab Spaiku with.
Probably the second thing.
That's the most realistic scenario, if we're being honest with ourselves.
It's gotta be that one.
And I went and crashed out while Capri talked to his magic friend, who came back as a different person. I remember that part specifically. Oh, and what's her name? The bug got power up. Oh, and we also lost a bunch of money because someone decided it would be a good idea, and I'm not naming names because I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but someone decided it would be a good idea to be friends with a mimic.
That sounds like an Arden kind of thing.
It was, but I wasn't going to name names because you're going to call her out. That's not on me.
That's a normal session for art. And we love her.
That did cover a lot.
Never change. You're perfect the way you are.
If you don't mind, I will fill in the one major gap in there.
Okay, what'd I miss?
The fact that after you guys came back and had essentially got me up to speed on everything, Capri went back.
Oh yeah, that's right.
To go and essentially do a deep dive and go back for Oni, which led to oh god, what was her name? Lillian going with him into the hidden basement of the church. And from what I can kind of infer, I might have let the remaining member of that organization escape because I am too nice.
Yeah, I mean that sounds about like
I was able though to get Oni's body out, and with Lillian's help before they disappeared, he has been given a space to be properly buried. What I had neglected to ask, since we kind of sped a long time, was if Capri could have in the following days looked into selling off some of the things he has to get coinage to potentially bring him back. Or if anybody in this castle town would have the ability to do a raise dead.
Do you
raise
present
dead,
that
not a
thought
resurrection,
process
huh?
Right. Do you present that thought process to Spaiku?
No, Capri kind of keeps it to himself because he's in a kind of in a bubble of like he seemed young, he seemed super excited about what he had just kind of had with Misty, and it's like in Capri's head he wanted to try and give him a chance to at least go out into the world with Misty and be happy.
Understandable.
He's going concerned dad mode.
Oh no. The best mode.
I haven't been able to decide what Miss is doing, so we're doing it live.
Fuck it, we're doing it live.
I going through it right now. She doesn't feel great. I've gotta kind of decide what's happening. So it's a mystery to me as well.
Good to know. This will be an exciting episode.
Exciting.
Okay, it works.
Are we good?
Yeah. I was just checking that the extension was working.
I would say, Rose, if possible. Since I know a bit of time kind of went by as we kind of did calculations for customers coming through and whatnot, could I potentially roll in some capacity or speak with individuals that I've kind of met and made accords with to try and sell off those alchemy books I found in the mansion, the potential first editions?
I mean, since this town is racist, maybe we should send someone else to do it.
Who among us is not attracting
Oh,
It's
I
racial
forgot to
bias.
explain that part.
it's called Autumn. Just use Autumn.
Those books that you
Respectfully.
found in the mansion that you were in, the haunted mansion. Yeah, they turned to dust when you left.
Uh,
Any items that could be taken from it that weren't magical in some way turned to dust.
Turn to stone when you were gone. I turned to stone.
that sure did happen. The first version of that mansion.
That's
I
why
remember.
Especially now when they take all that dust and
that's why
Yeah.
the food that looked good tasted like rot. But if you brought any of that food outside, it would have turned into rot.
So all
Yeah.
the
It turned
books
into
that
rock.
I
Well,
stowed,
fair.
Oh, it
when
was
I
like
go to,
glamored.
so if I go to reach for any of the books in my bag, those books are just piles of dust.
You will find
Who put all
sands
this
of
dust
time.
in my bag?
You reach into your book for one of the bags. Whatever. You reach into the bag for one of the books. English.
You reach in the bag for the thing.
And you find the sands of time.
I mean, if you
I
yell,
hate it when I get the sands of time in my bag. It's so hard to get out.
and then you got that stupid ghost guy showing up chasing you every 15 minutes.
It's the worst.
You got what?
All right. I'll just make a note of that, so that's cleared out. All right then. Glad Ixnay's that plan.
You guys have never gone back to your mansion.
Because we've been busy.
Yeah.
So why
I
would
mean,
we?
If
We've
you
also,
had a
Finding
couple things going on. One or two
Finding
things.
out, finding
Yeah.
out that every tiefling we encounter is evil, lurer than I am.
I do still have the deed.
Yeah. The deed still works. Because you got one from not only the town, but you got one from inside the house.
You could just sell it off.
Mhm.
By we, I mean you guys.
I mean, to be fair, we probably should, considering there's not much we can really do with the place,
but
and
that could be her little resting place.
you want to keep it just so that way then Arachne has a home.
Well, that's.
She already lives with us here at the tavern.
But what happens if he gets too big? Then what?
Then she goes on the tavern. Or she lives under it.
I mean, that sounds like a lot of digging.
I may note that Arachne is a monster. So leaving her out in the open for too long, especially even if she's in town, not the best plan.
Yeah.
Mm.
Especially now that she's grown.
Especially now that
I
you're in
would-
a town that hates certain races and probably despises monsters. So probably
Would
not
be
the
kinda
best
big.
plan.
Coach, she's my baby. It's fine. She can turn small.
Let's get one thing out of the way then. We do have the deed to said mansion. Do we want to sell the mansion and then use the coin for like the tavern and other things?
Let me very much
I mean,
explain your baby for you for a second here, there, Arden. Because when your baby was a small, tiny little infant, it was the size of a baby that could turn into the size of a normal house spider. Now it's the size of a child that can turn into the size of your palm.
Yeah.
If it gets any
You can
bigger,
fit it in your backpack.
if it gets any bigger, it'll go from the size of, a child to the size of probably at least a giant or a Goliath. And then it will probably shrink to the size of a child's. And that is not going to
Fine,
be
don't worry
very.
about it.
It's going to be very, very
It's
scary.
fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay, sure.
You're gonna have to
That-
fucking
that's later Autumn's problem.
Rose, I forgot to ask, do you need to see my character sheet?
I would have, except for the fact that I don't get to see Autumn nor Capri's character sheets anyway, so it's not a big deal.
Okay. Alright.
Fair.
We did send you links to them, so you have seen them.
I have taken a look through them, yes.
I can
I was gonna say, I could have sworn we did
EFFI
send them to you.
these as well. Because it's not at all updated on Roll20.
I'm just decrepit and old.
No, you're not.
PDFify.
On a different note, Kraken goes with everything.
Mhm.
Yeah.
True. You
Yeah.
are correct.
You are correct.
Kraken is quite nice.
God, am I in flashback to me youth?
It's even funnier to say with Karma just sitting in the corner of my screen, just staring at everybody.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just on tap from Karma.
He's like, yes, yes.
Drink my nectar.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe not that set of
Correct
words.
my page.
Those are things that are happening. All right. So,
Oh, drink something, alright.
what are we leading into here right now, Rose? Are we all chilling back at the bar? Are we about to open? What time is it?
That's right. We get the fun thing now.
Well, outside of the fact that the last thing that happened was Valandis Silver Eyes let himself be known to your bartender Capri and made a joke of how fun it is that mimics, especially the one in front of him that is making itself a bowl, is very good at not eating things or metals that it has eaten previously.
It now only has, if I remember right, a taste for platinum or the food we cook.
Mm-hmm.
That's an expensive fucking thing.
Keep it away
Wait,
from the platinum.
hold on. Did Adam feed it
Platinum.
fucking platinum?
No.
Platinum.
The wizard accidentally fed it platinum.
Valandis went
No,
to pay
he
for
on
his
purposely
drinks.
did it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he went to pay
Valandis,
Yeah,
for
the
his
wizard
drinks.
did it on
yeah.
purpose.
By feeding him the platinum, the mimic no longer will go anything for anything less than platinum, but it also will just eat regular food. So we can feed it and keep it from eating everybody else's coin, but we just got to keep it away from platinum now.
I can just feed it with good berries.
You can feed it with whatever you want. It's just it will no longer eat any coin denomination less than platinum.
Do you attempt to feed it a good berry?
Well, I don't know of right now.
Okay. Anyways, that's where we left off last time, and if I remember, just before we ended the session, I mentioned that Pepper attempted to use an orcish word.
Yeah, I had a very happy moment hugging my sweet adopted child. She
were-
As
used
you do.
bad Orcish.
We were told about this.
Yeah, because I was very happy for him. You get to be how I feel.
Mm.
But
You
yeah,
get to be the mom of the group.
we are
How do you
on
feel?
to the next part of our story then. Spike's in the back, still working with Arachne to
I am
cook some food.
Yes, I am cooking.
Had said that you went upstairs, probably into a room to just relax. I have no idea where Autumn was, except for probably at the
Autumn
bar.
was just, yeah. It was because I was literally telling Capri and Orcish that everyone's a piece of shit, but he's a good person.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because one of the last things you were doing was telling me you got us a better deal for our monthly supplies,
And then you
and then I
mad.
got mad because it turns out town is racist.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
and then that was when like you were trying to tell me, I'm not a bad person. Our wizard friend said the same thing, and then Pepper decided to be the cusp of the end of it by also saying it in bad Orcish and making my day.
I am so proud of her.
Welcome to the South.
I mean, welcome to the east side of where I live, I guess.
thought you said the east side.
What is my Roll20 password?
Uh-oh, Scadios. Someone forgot what's going on. All right. So, is anything of interest going on in the bar, or are we just going through our routine right now? Is Capri still flirting with his god friend?
He would be like at that point if he's still as a customer, Capri would be serving him drinks and serving the counter as best he can, and occasionally shouting back for some of that sweet food.
Mm-hmm.
Now I just realized, you know who we haven't seen in a while?
Hmm?
The lady. We've only seen Pepper.
You mean our other
Yeah.
waiter?
Yeah, I'm presuming she's hanging out with her family.
Yeah, didn't we give her time off because her family was dying?
Yes.
I would hope so. We'd be terrible employers.
If I remember correctly, the last time you said you guys were going to give her time off because her family was very, very sick and she needed to take care of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I did cure them.
Yeah.
Because she used her allotted book off personal days for the year.
And I'm not
No,
saying it. And I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing, but when the power of a certain god is used,
oh my god.
I figured out my roll.
hooray!
They're so
Anyways,
bad.
over the rest of that evening, Volandis does pay for a room for himself for the night. He will take this one up here. And over the rest of the night, everyone gets some good Z's.
Word.
We love that.
Except for
Love
Misty,
it.
who's just making more and more traps.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Sharp
next day,
pointy
you
things.
guys are brought a notice from the town center stating that there is an event going on the next day. A event called the cooking competition.
Ah, yes.
Pepper takes it upon herself to immediately sign up herself and Capri.
Oh, how cute. Some daddy-daughter time.
She doesn't even look at Capri while she's doing this. She just takes the form, signs her name, signs your name, Capri, and says, "Yeah."
Yeah.
She hands it
So
back
is
to
this
the
like a
person.
team effort thing, or are we all individually competing against each other as well?
Anyone can join this if they would like to. If I remember correctly, last time I asked a few people if they wanted to assist with the duties of judging the competition, if people wanted
I
to
will
walk around,
gladly judge.
or if people wanted to join as cooking competitors. And based on the map that I have right now prepared for this, Capri said he wanted to go with Pepper. Pepper will agree immediately. Spike said he wanted to try for himself. And if I remember correctly, Misty said that she wanted to judge, but I'm not certain if she wants to continue that.
Me either.
It is up
I
to
guess
you,
we'll
Misty.
decide.
Oh
If
yeah,
you would like, Misty, I will take up your podium.
we should also. Is this going to be how we meet Oni's new character?
This will be how you meet Oni's new character.
Does that mean
Okay.
I'm competing?
If you would like to compete, yes. Otherwise, you can try out the foods from the stalls once they're all done.
Better.
Let's compete. Wait,
The
hold on.
issue
hold
I
on.
Or
have
you
is I
lose
don't have a
terribly.
chip for you. There is no gibbet for you.
Just use the same chip.
Just use the same chip. Use the same one.
The ghost of Drago.
The Ghost of
continue.
Dragoni.
Hold on.
It's sometimes I still hear his voice.
Sometimes I still
We're
hear.
telling everyone out there. But here and here.
It's too soon.
Too soon. Too soon, girl. Too soon.
Hold on.
I'm good.
Would Misty go out at all for this function, at the very least, or would she stay at home?
I'm gonna say prob not. She's at home right now,
Okay.
Oh my
going
god,
through her options.
It's been a whole day. Get over
It's been
it.
a
Y'all
whole
can't
day.
mourn. We all can't mourn Oni forever.
May I
Mhm.
do something?
Mm.
If that's okay.
You're going to anyway.
I am. Autumn is gonna pretty much slide a little note underneath the door where Misty is, and just telling her that she loves her and that she's sorry for her loss and that she's here to talk to her if she needs any emotional support before she goes out to be this judge for the competition.
No, dude.
You will also note, Misty, that at any point, if you did leave the room after coming back, there would have been next to your door, like outside your door, a tray with a meal and a small note denoting details that Capri is there for you and that he has brought back and helped properly bury Oni.
I mean, we sold his crap though, right? Like we didn't bury him with his crap. We made money out of that.
No, I think we buried it with
His armor and anything else that was still on him, I kept on him.
Damn it. Just a waste.
It's called I just stole
Can't
money
even
from you,
pillage your
Psycho.
enemy's corpse
You just don't know it.
because of woke.
I mean, aren't dragon scales worth something in this day and age?
I don't know. I'd try peeling some off your own back. Fuck.
You should be a token now, Rose.
Oh look, this is quite lovely. Point being though, that is all Autumn, and I feel like Capri would be doing.
Misty is gonna take the meal and eat the meal. She'll take the note. Yeah, she's not gonna be going to the cooking competition. I think she's trying to figure herself out right now, what her next steps are.
Hellcard Threepwood, huh?
And it's not having a large at an event. that is not part of her agenda.
Just don't try and murder me in public. You won't get away with it.
Mm-hmm. That's why she's doing it in secret.
You don't plan a murder out loud.
Exactly. Don't worry about it.
All right.
But yeah.
Very sparkly.
Let's continue.
All the sparkly?
Very sparkly is what it is.
That's it. I'm not actually doing this, but like she goes to grab the other notes, and there's like a note from Spaiku where it's like, "Suck it up, stop crying."
She burns this for taking
Kills him.
emotional
Kills him
damage.
immediately.
She casts spiritual hellish rebuke on
Perfect.
prestidigitates it into like a small whatever. Can you do that? Can you? Does it take out flames or does it make flames? Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation can put out flames.
It puts out flames. Okay, well, she can do lots of stuff.
I'm pretty certain it says to light or snuff something, so you could light something a little bit.
Yeah, like a paper, like a note. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's lighting it up.
Okay.
And then next time she sees Spike, shit's about to happen. Uh-huh.
When it comes to cooking, is that a performance check?
That is a performance check, yes.
Okay, okay, I guess right then. I thought I
Fine.
might have screwed myself over and it would have been like medicine or something.
If you're preparing like a meal to heal, I would assume.
It's called Autumn will take all poisons.
Are you joining the cooking competition there, Oni?
Yeah.
Alright. Are you joining as a competitor or are you joining as just a watcher? Bystander.
Competitor.
I'm picturing like the hunter exam with like the cooking exam. Everyone's just dragging the most insane shit in.
So glad I left a free space just in case. Anyways, how do you all prepare for the next day's festivities?
Well, I mean,
I'm just a judge.
I'm going to ask if so I know that we're in uh medieval town. Would we have ingredients like soy and stuff like that?
Not really, no.
So I would have to find a specialty shop to hunt down some of my ingredients.
Eh?
Oh god, I actually have to think of food.
I keep saying that Autumn also makes
Quick
tea.
Google easy recipe.
Right. I
Easy
mean,
medieval recipes.
Easy medical. But
I
you can
keep
make
forgetting
oh.
that word like the tavern Autumn makes teas.
Mhm.
But she's never had to make them because y'all take over.
Oh, I mean, technically, we're also a tavern. We haven't really offered teas and such on our menus. That'd be
Yeah.
something we'd have to add in.
Sorry.
I think Capri, to prepare for this whole shindig, is probably going to be going out with Pepper to essentially buy up ingredients for a hearty meal, like heavy meats, heavy starch kind of ingredients.
I'm about to search up
Pepper
Legends
lets
of
you know
Zelda
before
food.
you all head out to your separate ways that the cooking competition is a 3-course meal competition.
already winning.
Perfect. Perfect.
Free Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild edition.
Yum yum yum.
Ah, okay, I've got it.
Yeah.
She also mentions that the last meal will be a themed dish. Usually.
Do we know what the theme is?
She says you don't get to know what the theme is until the day of. So,
Ooh.
by signing up for her and Capri, she'll immediately get the knowledge immediately when the day comes that what the dish is supposed to be for the third one.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I will spend the day also looking for my ingredients, though some of my ingredients are a little bit more exotic.
I'm just gonna say I already have my ingredients given.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
would assume you
around.
already have your ingredients there.
Yeah.
I mean, the only ingredients I have that would be exotic would be soy sauce and miso.
Beans.
Yeah.
Soy sauce just comes from beans, so it is miso. That could be.
So I mean, I get do I
Well,
encounter any issues locating those ingredients other than having to go to like a specialty shop?
Well, due to the fact that there are a few traders in town today, preparing for tomorrow's big community cooking competition, there are some currently selling wares. Some that aren't from specifically this town. You do manage to find one that has soy and soy-based products to sell.
Okay.
And yes, Sony, what is it?
Given my history of looking into people, can I like scout out the judges to try and find out what they like by rolling stealth?
Sure. Roll me stealth and an investigation.
Okay. Stealth first. That's a 22.
Well, there are 4
Nice.
judges.
Investigation 19. Well, that's another 22.
Cool. I'm gonna need you to roll me a perception.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, perception.
I'm rolling good today.
Oh, you didn't need to roll me a perception there, Oni. Only Autumn
Oh,
did.
fuck, that
Oh,
is
sorry. I thought it was for me.
that's a 14.
Cool. Autumn, you don't notice anything different today. Everything seems to be really, really busy. So the town's just
Mm-hmm.
packed with people. But aside from that, not much is really catching out your eye. Oni, please roll me another 2 investigations.
Why'd you put this over
13.
here?
Just to make sure with your coffee.
And another 20.
Oh, thank you.
Cool.
Thank you.
With your first investigation, you find the first of the 4, well, first of the 4 people who are going to be judging today's competition. Namely, Autumn herself.
Hello.
She appears to be walking around town either with Spike in order to help Spike find his ingredients, or with Capri and Pepper.
Yeah. See, you see a human woman either with another human woman and an orc, or a how tall is Spaiku? 7 foot? 6 foot?
6 foot and some change.
Yep.
6'3".
So, or just a 6-foot dragon. Man. Dragon man.
Dragon Man.
Dragon man!
But he was still
She appears to be a slightly shifty-ish woman, probably a rogue, at the very best guess.
Yeah.
And appears to be very much investigating different foods. Every once in a while, you see her lift up her hair and talk to something on her shoulder, or hold something in the palm of her hand and talk to that. Aside from that, that's all you can really tell from this woman.
Okay.
The other 2 you
Yeah.
managed to
Ahead.
see, you managed to take note of a very elderly looking woman. She appears to be human, and appears to be coming from a completely separate direction than Autumn is. She takes quick notice of you following her, and after a few seconds, hides off in the distance. With your final investigation, you manage to find a very, very young looking paladin woman peering in full blue plate mail, her silver hair glinting off of the light of the sun. She appears to be a little lost in thought, as she is busily assisting with the clear out process of the church.
Okay.
The final of the 4 judges is nowhere to be found.
Interesting. That's actually more helpful than I thought.
Anyone would like to try and test out one of their recipes before the night is out, please roll a performance. Otherwise, we will move on to the next day.
I would just ask if who was it? If Spaiku needed any help.
No, I think I got it.
You got it?
Yeah, I can figure this one out.
Alright,
These are
honey.
all everything I'm doing are recipes I've done in real life, so it's fine.
Okay, sweetheart.
I will ask, because I have the chef feat combined with proficiency with cooked utensils, how would you like me to roll my performance?
Roll me, let's see. So proficiency gives you plus your proficiency bonus to your
Yes.
roll. And then, since you have the cook tools, I would say it gives you advantage.
Okay. So I will roll this, and it'll be +2, whatever the higher result is.
Yep.
Let's see what happens. Wow, really?
That's the higher
I'm sorry, babe.
result?
That'll be a 9 total for the higher result, as I rolled garbage for both.
Damn.
Cool.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Pepper notices that you're burning some of the items and then attempts to assist you with fixing some of the ingredients. So roll me that again.
Okay.
Give me items.
Yeah, that was a rough ass roll. Come on. Okay, that'll bring that up to an 18.
That's better. All of you managed to get an 18 on your performance check. Your food is the best you've had for a little while. Some of you think maybe, just maybe, you could do a little better and maybe not burn the ingredients at first, but it turns out well in the end. We move on to the next day after testing out all of the recipes and trying different things. As we move over to the town center.
Down Cynthia.
Cynthiade.
As you
Cynthia.
arrive, Pepper is immediately notified by one of the how's that? I love how my brain just forgets words, even though I've used them like 2 seconds ago. It just doesn't help.
We vibe with it today.
Autumn is
We're
one
Yeah.
of them.
vibing.
What is that word?
Hey.
Autumn is one of them. What is the word?
Yes.
There are 4 of them.
Rogue,
What
druid.
is the word? There are 4 of
Rogue?
them.
It's me.
Five?
Definitely not rogue.
Human?
Poisonous?
Okay, hold on. One at a time,
Druid.
please. No,
Druid.
definitely not druid. Okay, there are 4 of
Okay.
them. They're doing stuff at this event. Autumn's one of them.
Competitor? A
Oh,
competitor.
judges.
Judge, thank you.
A judge.
There we go.
One of the
We
judges
got there. We
goes.
got there.
Yeah. One of the judges goes over to Pepper and whispers in her ear. She immediately turns to Capri and Spike in order to give them a fair chance and says, so it appears the last meal has to be some sort of pie.
Okay.
Oh.
Thanks for the heads up.
We've made it very simple. It has to be some sort of pie.
We love this.
Alrighty.
I'm not part of this. I'm just fucking.
Those of you who signed up by yourselves also get notified that the last meal is meant to be some sort of pie. You then move to your set stations and find yourself standing behind each of your individual tables.
Oh, I'm near the asshole. I'm kidding.
You see, the only person that you couldn't find yesterday standing up beside the other 3 judges for the competition, a very well-dressed, gray-haired man who appears to be somewhere in his late 40s, maybe early 50s. He holds himself with higher esteem than the rest, and every once in a while scoffs at the people beside him.
Who in the
Could
Elden
Audra
Ring
just
boss is
look
that
this
over
man
there?
over? Could I just look at this man and be like, I surely hope you're not scoffing at me, sir. That'd
Lord,
be very unwise and unkind.
Lord Ingram looks over at you and says, I would never scoff at you.
Is that a promise?
He says nothing else.
Uh-huh. Keep your words to yourself, boy.
Oh god.
I'm kidding.
You see your
Don't
other
say that.
competitors around you as you guys settle into place. You see the pawnbroker himself doing his best to set up for his possible dishes as he hopes to win in order to sell more items.
We love this man. He's
You
trying his
see
best.
a halfling miner standing on your left there, Capri. He appears to be pulling out several different types of what you can only assume are salts.
Nice.
Across from you and across from Spike, you see a lovely, very shiny and sparkly elfin man. He appears to be wearing lots of yellow and lots of summer colors. Or is it fall colors?
It's summer. It's
Yeah,
all
yeah,
like a
yeah.
fan.
Okay. Lots of summer colors. He appears to be very warm. You
I don't
also,
like him already.
Spike, you also note that across from you are two people you've not gotten the chance to meet quite yet, but you assume are your competitors from the other tavern.
Oh,
Got it. Got it. Got it. Competitors from the other tavern. Understood, Rose. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more.
Hardy squinty eyes at the competitors.
oh my god.
Autumn, the
What? I would
only
never squinty eyes anyone. I would just give them a great big smile.
Autumn, the only people you recognize in this lineup are Lord Ingram and Evelyn herself. The woman on the other end of you have no idea who is.
Autumn will kind of like lean forward and say hello to the. Oh, her name was Ingram? No.
Lord Ingram's the one next to you.
Yes, I'm talking about the one beside me. Or beside him, the lady.
Evelyn.
Evelyn.
Evelyn
Evelyn.
is the lady in blue here. She is a young
Yeah.
lady.
Yeah.
She
Autumn
was
will.
also at the church.
Yeah. Autumn will lean over and be like, Evelyn, it's so nice to see you, darling.
Evelyn will lean over and be like, "Yes, it's lovely to see you when you're not murdering people."
Is it though?
I. You know, you got me there, Evelyn. You got me there.
I hope
But I
you
Shut
and
up.
your
was thinking,
group will be peaceful today.
yes, 100%. We will be, from what I know.
Great.
I'm just glad that I was able to find the poisons that the church was making
Lord
before
Ingram
they sent them all off.
immediately sets up to that knowledge of poisons and goes, "Really? The church was making poisons?" He looks over at
Yes, they
Evelyn
were.
and says, "So you haven't been keeping good watch then? I will let the king know." Evelyn kind of
Crazy.
sighs in disgust.
I'm so sorry, Evelyn.
It's fine. It's
Never
just,
fine.
it's normal. I'm used to it.
Offering her like a drink for later.
Autumn, you also take note of Lucy, Henry, and Olivia sitting nearby and watching the judging.
She will wave to them.
Olivia waves back ecstatically. She
Oh,
cannot hear what's going on, but she is excited to be here.
She's just
I'm
happy
excited
that
for
something's
her.
going on.
Alright. I might go get a popsicle while this is all going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Popsicles! I hope you're not getting
Oh.
those gross new popsicles that are like flaccid and wobbly. I hate those. Every time I see the stupid commercial for them, I want to die a little.
Or the one that almost killed me. I'm kidding. For legal reasons, this is a joke. I'm so sorry.
Spike, all you gotta do is just rub them.
Ooh.
Yeah, I
In
almost
Minecraft.
Yeah, I
killed our
accidentally
lovely friend.
had a piece or two. You would not expect to be in a watermelon popsicle, but they sure were.
I love
There
how
was
you cut
peanuts
out,
in it.
and I love how you cut out at specific times. So I had something which you wouldn't expect to be in a watermelon popsicle. So any point, something could be
Peanut.
stuck between
Peanut. Peanut. Nut
Okay.
allergy.
Yes.
So
Oh,
Arden
no.
accidentally almost killed me, but I was fine.
Yes. You
It
would
was a
not
delicious
expect
popsicle.
you would not expect nuts to be in a watermelon.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, it was in a weird spot on the packaging. Like, it's just, my brain did not click. And, I forget to read it. I'm a dumbass. I will die by nut poisoning somehow one day.
I mean,
Absolutely horrible.
we had a guy in my high school that literally. So we had a friend who was super excited every morning and always ate a Reese cup, right? And then we had a friend who was allergic to nuts. And one day he just handed our Reese cup friend his EpiPen and be like, "Stab me! I need to know what they taste like." And then he ate a Reese cup.
Jesus Christ. Honestly, good for him. Good for him. I would do that.
Dude has his priorities.
I mean, he knew what the Reese cup tasted like after that.
Let's see.
Hopefully it was good.
Evelyn,
I've never heard
Reese's
someone say the
Lord.
word Reese like Reese.
Reese's. Reese's.
Reese's.
It's a Reese cup, though.
I don't think it is.
It is a Reese cup.
I don't know that that's correct.
I assure you this.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, we continue onwards. Lord Ingram speaks up and speaks loud as he, I think it's prestidigitation, if not, what is that?
I think you're thinking thaumaturgy for making loud voices.
Yeah, it's thaumaturgy. He uses thaumaturgy to make his voice louder for up to, I think it's a minute to 10 minutes? One way or another. He immediately speaks.
10 minutes per effect.
Ah, good. He immediately speaks out to everyone and says, "Welcome, everyone, to the 30th year of our cooking competition. We are all brought here and brought together today on a day would otherwise be for harvest purposes. We are here to celebrate the birth of His Majesty the Emperor. Not Emperor, the King. Fuck it.
For the Empire.
The ruling person.
By sharing in the spoils of our good wealth and good fortune. We hope that today will be a clean competition. I am looking at you. He looks towards the pawnbroker. The pawnbroker looks around a little shifty.
Survive.
So, here are the rules. You will each be making 3 dishes. The first one must be an appetizer or aperitif. The second one must be a meat dish. The third one, and the one that has been very, very hush-hush about up until now, must be a pie of some sort. It can be a meat pie, it can be a fruit pie, it must be a pie. And no, Idol, it cannot be a rock pie. He looks over to the miner.
We're on just
We love him.
I like the minor. Real quick, Rose, is a fish considered meat in this area?
Fish can be considered meat, yes.
Okay, cool.
It is a white meat. They do bring fish in and out of this place pretty often because it is
Perfect.
technically inland, but
we
it's
have port
inland.
town?
It's not a port town. You're inland town, but you're not too far from ports.
Fresh-ish.
Fresh-ish,
Yeah.
like at least 2 to 3 days on the road fresh. And since there are magic users in this world, 2 to 3 days fresh using
It's like
freezing
a
magic.
refrigerated truck.
Yeah, it's constantly using some amount of like cold magic, so
Okay.
it's still very fresh.
Okay.
Okay.
He ends the discussion by saying, now everyone, please get to your stations if you have not gotten to your station already. And commence! He waves his arm out and returns back to his location.
Anyone going to try to sabotage fellow competitors?
I mean, I wasn't planning on it, but now that you've said it out loud where the world can hear.
What?
No,
I'm-
I would never. I would never.
I'm
Not
a
in
good
public. where people
girl.
can see.
You don't need to. Your cooking should speak for itself.
Exactly.
Right? That's the game.
That's the game, baby.
Girl, I'm a good girl. I know what's up.
So, do we need to be rolling?
Yes,
should we
everyone
start
roll
rolling
me a
stuff?
performance.
And are we rolling?
each dish?
Are we rolling per course?
I'd assume so.
You are rolling per course, yes.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Oh, that's not a good start.
I cast guidance to my friends. I can't actually, but I will.
Oh, that's really not good.
Jeez.
Well, my
If I
side's
add that together, that is going to be a 13 from me.
God, my pie's the only thing that's going to be decent.
Cool. You do know you have Pepper with you as well, Capri, so she will make you roll again if she starts noticing that you have any issues.
I mean, with that kind of level, I feel like Capri might be having some issues with some of the spicing. Would I be able to take that roll again?
Yeah.
How lovely. This is fun for me.
Come on. That's what I'm talking
Ooh.
about. That'll bring it to a 21.
Cool. You all make your first dishes. Out of all of you, the one who seems to be working hard and doing the best possible seems to be Capri, as Pepper keeps whispering in your ear that, hey, you're burning this, or maybe you should cut that first, or can you watch your fingers when you're slicing tomatoes?
No.
like a true
Takes
sous
away
chef.
from the flavor.
Every once in a while, she'll grab an item from you just because she's starting to get concerned that you're overthinking a thing. So she'll finish it instead.
Aww. So cute.
You see, Arlo is the person across from Spike who is also doing a pretty good job with his meal. He is working hard as well. Spike, what did you decide to make, Mr. I have a 23 performance?
So it is a bit of a concoction that I make myself. Essentially, it's takoyaki, but I use marinated beef bulgogi to make it.
Ooh, that sounds delicious.
Yeah,
Respectfully,
yeah,
because
because
I know
I like
exactly what that is.
I love takoyaki, and I wanted to try it with like a meat thing one time, but I was like, regular meat doesn't taste right, so I was like, I can marinate it like bulgogi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to look a lot prettier than what Capri is making.
What did Capri decide to
Oh,
make
we're
for
only
his
one at a
first
time.
dish?
Oops.
Capri made this is going to sound really dumb, but I've looked up a lot of recipes and this would probably be what he would make as a starter. Pumpkin spiced spider legs.
Yummy. Is there certain
A, a
is there
mix of
someone
savor
certain present?
it's a mix of savory and sweet. They are essentially
Covering my daughter's eyes.
they are a mixture of the savory and sweet, with the meat having that hint of the sweet of pumpkin spice, but the savory of a kind of fall off the bone meat level of chewy.
No spiders that anyone has had social interactions with have been harmed during this recipe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you
Other
for
spiders,
clarifying.
though,
Very
not safe.
my daughter.
You see, Idle the miner next to you seems to have made himself a salted brisket. He has made his meat dish before he has made a starter.
Oh.
Oh, my darling. It's okay. Respect.
The pawnbroker apparently is working on the flair of his dish. He has made, to the best of his ability, a salad, but not a normal salad. It looks like all the pieces for a salad in deconstruction style.
Oh, that's fun. I
He-
like this.
It's tomato, a head of lettuce,
Deconstructed a sandwich.
What he actually
a
does, he
bottle of
put it
oil.
in I would say the best thing I can actually think of as like a deconstructed salad is like a prese salad, which can be deconstructed and then put together
Yes.
at the table.
But he appears to
I
be trying his best to not end up having them touch each other. Not have any of the
Why would you
salad
say
bits
that out
touch
loud?
each
Now I have to.
other.
Now
The
I have
other
to go to the
thing
Italian restaurant tomorrow.
used to do
Darn.
in culinary school is A, deconstructed for something that you haven't made yet, and B, if you make it and your cuts are really shitty and it looks awful, you call it rust.
What did you decide
True.
to make for your aperitif there, Oni? As we are going one by one, so you got a 5. What did you attempt?
Yeah, before I do, can I just ask? Can we just strike the other two? I forgot that we were going one at a time.
Yes, I
Keep them
will
5, of course.
hide them both
Thank you.
because that's easier for me to do.
Yeah. So I attempted. Clearly, it didn't go fucking well. I got that one. Roasted hazelnuts with fresh apples and a wedge of ripe cheese for my appetizer.
Cool.
Oh,
You end up overcooking your hazelnuts to the point that they are nothing but small charcoal.
Ooh.
Oh no, not Oni's nuts!
Oh my god.
Chat, is he cooked? Overcooked.
You tried to give the really, really burnt nuts a sprinkling of cheese to try and make it better. It does not look any better.
Mm.
he did try.
At least
Dubious
we still got the fresh
food.
apples. At least we still got the fresh
Respect that.
apples.
At least you
Yeah,
still
you
have
can't do
the
anything to the fresh apples.
Torja and Arlo on the other side of Spike do try to make something specific for their appetizer. It appears to be, what is it? Oh, goodness.
If I get
7
poisoned,
spice
I am the
multi-loaf.
Mm.
How lovely! I would make the joke. If I get poisoned, at least I can survive.
No,
That
you have
is
a better
true.
chance of surviving.
Are you gonna
Yeah,
brave it and
but
eat a charcoal hazel?
I will. I will. I honestly will.
Oh my god.
Because I'm respectful.
Can you rank the flavor profile?
I will try my
The
best.
flavor profile of charcoal.
Has notes of nut.
Lucy then waves to her husband and Olivia as she walks over to each of the tables, grabs each dish, walks back all the way to the judges, and provides the judges with each dish. This is the
Ooh.
reason why she hasn't been in. She has been too busy trying to assist with
Oh, this is
the cooking
setting up the competition.
competition and setting up.
I love this. This is wonderful.
The first one to get judged immediately, just off of looks alone, is Oni's very burnt charcoal dish, of which
Poor Oni.
Evelyn doesn't appear to attempt to eat. Lord Ingram kind of just dusts off of his plate by dumping it off of his plate.
It's a delicacy in some place.
The lady on the far end, Sabrina being her name, grabs one of the pieces of charcoal, looks over it, and says, "Yeah, this looks like it used to be edible."
Autumn will try and eat it to be respectful.
My god.
Please roll me a con save.
I still have the stupid ring on my finger. Is she poisoned?
You'll find out.
She needs to roll me a con save.
That is
That'd be a +2 technically to it, so that's a 15.
well, that's if it's a poison or not.
If it's a
Is it
poison.
But
It is not poisoned, no, because it's basically charcoal.
It is a 13. It is a 13.
Alright. You take a bite of the very much charcoaled remains of a hazelnut.
I'll try my best.
It is absolutely charcoal. It is definitely not edible anymore. You get the hints of where there was once spices.
Yes.
But unfortunately, due to the texture, it feels like you're eating a rock.
Yeah.
A slightly spiced rock.
Autumn will then grab her water and take a sip. Like a little smoky, a little a little bit burnt,
Note,
but all in all, still a good effort.
notes of
Do
house fire.
do you attempt to feed a little bit to Arachne?
Oh god.
I will feed her a piece of apple.
Arachne will gladly eat the apple.
Yes. But Autumn does be like a good attempt. I do taste the spices. It's just a little bit too smoky for my liking.
The only edible bits, Lord Ingram still doesn't touch at all of any part of the plate,
Of
but
course,
Sabrina
that's
does eat the apple bits with a little bit of the cheese and says, "At least these two are a good combination."
Yes,
Uh,
they are quite lovely.
as they continue to try the rest of the dishes, they do rank you accordingly based on those dishes. Uh, first person, Spike. Second person, Capri. Third person, Arlo. Fourth person, let's see, where is it? Fourth person, uh, Idol, because he made a meat dish, but he has lesser points to it, really. Because this is not the technical place for it. Then the pawnbroker, because as they go to try and mix up the obviously caprese salad, he yells at them for ruining his master dish.
Oh.
Not my master did.
I love
And
this. It's
finally,
wonderful.
the elf standing off in the distance, who no one has got the name of as of yet. I would assume the only person who had your name would be one of the judges, so they would probably say Alucard.
Somebody passes a sticky note onto the table so the judges know.
Lucy grabs everyone's plate and puts it off to the side. Now we move on to the second dish, declares Lord Ingram as he looks over at everyone.
Okay.
Oh, goody. Here we go.
Because guidance
Oh
my brother
shit!
said
Damn.
Shit, Spaiku.
Rigged. He's cheating,
Rigged.
Your Honor.
21.
Fuck.
Yep,
Am
Pepper
I able
will.
to still call on Pepper to help me?
Yep, Pepper will try and help you again. She's
quite
noticing
lovely.
you're
I
very
like that.
stressed. You went from okay, there's going to be a cooking competition to oh shit, there's going to be a cooking competition. She's
That'll
noting
total out
your
to a
stress.
19 for Capri.
Autumn
Okay.
is still a little upset about the spider legs because of her daughter.
Mm.
She will give a
Yeah, they're clearly far bigger than your daughter right now.
What is the matter, baby boy? I know.
Not much.
How about you take this hand? See this hand?
Huh? What? He's very upset about something, and I don't know what it is.
Alright. Once again, tell me what all of you prepare for a meat dish.
So on my plate, what you see is two what are essentially this world's equivalent of planks of salmon. They are covered in a very light brown sauce that's like a combination of miso paste and soy sauce. And then behind them are two what appear to be slices of this world's equivalent of sweet potato that have been lightly grilled over flame.
Alright.
So no acidity. Got it.
No, there's
You
there's acidity in there. I mean, there's like rice
No,
vinegar in
I'm
the
making the
sauce.
joke that no, I know. I was making the joke that you didn't burn them with your acid.
Oh
God.
yes, yeah, no, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
you want
Cooking is serious shit. No.
you want to go next, Alucard?
Alucard.
Sure. Listen, with how I rolled for this character, it was natural to call him that. So this is the meat dish, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
So I made a rack of owl bear ribs that marinated in this world's equivalent of basically like Korean barbecue,
Oh no.
which also has some medicinal herbs mixed into the marinade. Yeah,
All right.
Right?
I'm trying to stick with like the forest theme given my heritage.
I love this. This is wonderful.
Next person's dish. Let's go for Capri.
I think to flavor as to why, flavoring why the first kind of run of trying to put it together, it makes sense. It gets better, is because he wasn't sure what to put with what he makes. He makes what he will dub 3-pepper hellhound chili.
Oh,
The
Mouth.
meat in question is a heavy beef and pork in the chili itself. But there is clearly a hefty amount of spice, and the meat is there to help kind of calm down the taste buds from the spice.
you know what I just realized?
And each bowl that would be out given out to serve has a side of garlic bread.
Awesome.
Love this. This is wonderful. I like pretend
Yeah.
eating good things.
Yeah. He panics because he didn't realize that he realized he had too much heat going on, so he needed something to calm it down. So he paired each one with a like a personal size half loaf of garlic bread.
Awesome. Arlo and Torja appear to make a multi beef stew. It's not too great based on the cuts that they have, but it's good enough. The pawnbroker himself appears to make what can only be described as seared lamb. And Idol shapes a piece of salt to look like a flank of lamb.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Oh no!
Frankly, impressive salt.
I don't wanna.
He's a
It's
sculptor.
impressive salt play, but still.
It would do wonders in like a winter festival, however.
Once again, Lucy walks through everywhere and grabs the plates from everybody before providing them on to the judges. They start from the bottom and go upwards. They start with Idol's dish, the rock that looks like a piece of lamb. Evelyn takes a lick and says, "Well, it's Himalayan salt. It's just a little much."
Not a meat dish.
Sabrina looks at the salt and says, "Can I take this home with me?" Lord
That's just
Ingram
expensive.
Lord Ingram takes a look at the salt and goes, "Well, I know who I'm calling next time I want any sort of marble piece done in my house." He puts it off to the side. Autumn, do you
Love to see a
attempt
small
to
business
eat
thrive.
the salt?
I'm actually curious. Was there meat that he covered with the salt, or is it just a salt mound?
It is basically a rock of salt.
He just carved it to look like a flank of meat.
Oh, that is quite lovely.
Extremely
mean-
impressive.
Do you try to take a bite of the
I will do a lick of the salt.
Salt lick. As if
you
you
lick
were
the
a goat.
salt. It is salt.
I will lick the lamb of salt.
Does he get points for presentation?
He gets some points for presentation, but not a lot of points for presentation, as this is a cooking competition, not a edible sculpture competition.
That is true.
Please tell me they got drinks, because like everyone that licked is gonna be severely dehydrated after that.
You give a bit of salt to Arachne.
Oh yeah.
Arachne spends the
Mhm.
next hour fully focused on licking the piece of salt. She lets you know
My little
Hold on.
salt.
immediately. She lets you know immediately, thank you, Mother, I have an iron deficiency.
Oh my, oh sweet
How to
Christmas.
tell if my spider has peak.
I love this. This is my girl. Thank you, brother. She will try and keep the salt slab. So then, because Autumn really likes how pretty it is. Too.
Yeah. You move on through the next few dishes. Pawn's lovely actual thing of lamb is tried by everyone, and it comes to no surprise that, yes, it looks very fancy, but there is no salt on it. So some of the people, specifically Lord Ingram, grabs his leg of salt and rubs it on the actual lamb.
I love
One,
this. This
the
is quite
salt.
lovely.
The leg of salt that's covered in spider saliva. Got it.
Everyone got their own.
Yes.
Yes, so it's not covered in spider saliva.
Autumn will just eat it without like adding anything to it because she is just being respectful because she knows that everyone put in a lot of time, hard work, and energy.
The pawnbroker takes notice of you eating it instead of adding additional stuff to it and goes, "You see? This is exactly what's supposed to happen. Natural! Just eat the thing!"
Do you want me to roll a Constitution save on that lamb?
No, as it is fully
Okay.
cooked, so there wouldn't be any issues, especially
Okay,
with
cool.
possible poisons.
Got you.
Now I want lamb.
Arlo's soup is next. Apparently, during his making of his soup, he forgot to add all of the crucial veggies to it, so it is nothing
Oh,
but meat and broth.
oh.
You guys, I feel like our restaurant's going to get a shit ton of popularity after this.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Uh,
Gotta say your restaurant.
Capri's dish is next. Then we move on to Alucard's, and finally Spiku's.
Again, Autumn just eats them all just how they're supposed to be. She does do
Yeah,
a spicy thing for Capri's because
it's why the garlic bread is there to help try and alleviate the burn.
no burn.
Lord Ingram does take a bite of Capri's before he notes the garlic bread there and goes, "Great! Now my mouth is on fire." He reaches over and waves over to Lucy. Lucy rushes over and hands a glass of water to everybody, just in case.
She does kind of lean a little bit over. Lord Ingram, I think that's why there is the garlic bread there, darling. I think it's supposed to kind of help soak up that spice.
Well, good to know. He refuses to eat it, however, as to him it is present food.
Wow. Anna will still have the piece of garlic bread and enjoy it like her.
Yeah.
And then I think
Yeah. Any spicing that happens with these dishes, I have been using uses of my spice pouch to ensure it is clean quality spice for each dish I'm making.
hey,
Lou.
cheated.
No,
Very
it just
good.
makes spice.
I'm kidding.
It's not like I'm making drugs.
I mean,
I mean,
if your cooking's good enough.
Yeah, respectfully.
Jesse, we have to cook.
I was
could
gonna say it, and
sprinkle
I
some
think it
heroin
was Oni's
into
next.
this dish.
Yeah, I believe I believe Alucard's next in the lineup.
What was Alucard's?
A
Say
rack of
again.
owlbear ribs with
Oh,
marinated in this world's version of Korean barbecue with some
oh,
medicinal herbs in the marinade.
Owlbear is
Delicious.
very big, so owlbear ribs, you only get one rib per person.
It's
oh
a
yeah.
whole meal though.
Yeah.
It's Autumn will cut off a tiny piece to give to her spider. as she's just munching.
Autumn will
Good.
find that her spider, after eating the small piece, crawls down her arm in order to try and eat more.
Yes.
Lord Ingram takes one bite and is very pleased with the dish and says, I assume you would be open to working in my kitchen.
Mm.
If you win, that is.
I made up for the first one.
Mm.
I'm more excited for Autumn again. She eats it. She thinks it's wonderful because again, she's polite. She's nice. It's just how she is.
And
A
then
I'm more
nice
excited.
young lady.
And then
I am
finally,
more.
Spiku's dish.
Like,
Hang on.
ooh,
Looked away.
Sorry. What did you say now?
And then finally,
it's your dish
Spiku's
now.
dish.
Oh, I already told you my dish.
Yes. I'm having a little bit of brain problem outside of the fact that it's fish and it has seasoning.
Yes. So it is what appears to be 2 planks of whatever this world's equivalent of salmon is, with a slightly kind of like a light brown sauce on top of it that consists of miso and soy. And then there are 2 pieces of whatever this world's equivalent of sweet potato that have been lightly grilled on both sides.
Awesome.
Well, again, just she will eat, and she's like, delicious. Favorite boy. Sorry, Ed sent me a very cute picture of an owl.
I hope you want the owl bear that I killed for this meal.
Finally, Ingram says out loud, we now move on to our final round. Everyone, please prepare your pies.
For fuck's
Okay.
sake.
All right, roll those performances.
How is that
Capri.
happening? Jesus.
What is that?
See, there you go. I did a bad roll.
This was my selling point as
Look
well.
near the base.
Are those double dildos?
What?
What? Hold on.
I heard a
Sorry.
phrase.
I heard a phrase too.
I'm sorry. No, Ed. Okay, Ed sends me silly things, and it was like almost like a street through.
Somebody sent me, because my buddies are kind of weird, an X-ray of the human body, but it's supposed to be a statue of a like the equivalent of a thinker, but he's got some things placed in inappropriate areas, and the X-ray of that image is why it's so weird that I had to share it with her.
Yeah, It was quite interesting to see how the body conforms.
Ugh,
Well,
Regardless,
anything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
he's not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
True.
I think I'm going to try and get Pepper to help me out here,
Yeah.
because apparently I cannot roll well.
Oh,
I, all right, so that'll put me at an even 15.
You did great. What'd you make? Well, we'll wait till everyone has done all of their rolls.
I can't believe I've gotten 2 nat ones during this
Jeez.
this
Real
interaction.
curse.
Out of 3 rolls, 2 of them were nat ones.
Roll again. Just see if you're cursed.
No, because that'll confuse Rose.
Oh,
I just like all the silly things I find.
This was meant to be my cellar as well. This is the one I gave the most thought into.
Alright, everybody. Let's go through the list, starting at the bottom of the list. Alucard, please tell us what dessert you have made.
Dessert.
The
I thought you
the
said
the
to be a
last run
pie.
is
Last
you just have
pie.
to make a pie.
What pie did you make?
I made a stag steak and dire lobster pie with a creamy cheese sauce.
Okay. Stag, steak, and lobster pie.
Yeah, it's basically like a surf and turf pie.
Cool. The
You got
ingredients that you added are just a little bit more gamey than you wanted them to be, and the cheese that you used is a little too old, so you ended up not being able to use it.
Too much surf, not enough turf.
It's a dry ass pie.
The second to last is Pun, who has decided to make a statement piece of a pie instead of an actual pie. He has made the pie shell and has filled the pie shell with pine nuts from a pine tree.
Oh
And
no.
has glazed it with a lovely syrup of pine. It is a lot of tree.
Woof.
For people who like eating trees, fantastic. Everyone else.
You want ints? Because this is how you get ints.
Do you want ants? This is how you get ants. It is how you get ants.
Mm.
Oh no. Well,
This is
he's
how
eating
you
trees.
aggravate.
I said ints. E-N-T.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Do
That
you want to
is
aggravate a whole generation of hippies?
that is
That's
how
how you
you
do
get
it.
ants. Next on the list is Idol, who actually decides to make a proper pie in the form of a spiced peach pie. The spice he uses, however, is salt.
Wait, is to you a to you a proper pie is always a dessert one?
So we're
Yeah.
not
Not
British.
every
Or
pie is a
Yeah.
dessert,
so
but there are a bunch of pies that are a dessert.
Well, I'm aware of this. Just when I think of pie, I always think of savory first.
Well, pine is a
Usually people here
savory.
think of
Sweet.
one.
Pine
Like a fruit pie.
like a pine nut pie is a savory pie, and it is a possible pie. It's just I'm not using the correct recipe for a pine nut pie because he's lower on the totem pole for Pon. There's still other people who have yet to mention what their pie is, and their pie could be a fruit pie or it could be a savory pie.
Yeah, no, I just
And
I just
Yeah,
clocked
no,
on
like
the words proper
culturally
pie.
say pie, and then people hear that it's sweet.
No,
Yeah.
That was the answer to your question.
It
interesting.
it's because if you remove cake from a possible scenario of
oh,
any sort of food, usually the one that will fall under a dessert afterwards will be pie.
unless you're from New York, then a pie can also be pizza.
It can also be pizza.
It can also be pizza.
send silly things to the world.
I really hope we don't have any New Yorkers at this cooking competition.
Anyway, Capri, what kind of pie did you make?
So Capri took some of that hardcore whiskey he's got or that he found and combined it with a few ingredients to make a pumpkin pie, but he has spiced it and kind of given it some kick with that draconic whiskey he's got.
Cool. You find
Ooh.
Volandith walk over to you at your table as soon as he smells the draconic whiskey, leans over and says, "Hey, bud,
What's up, pal?
you make that again at your tavern? I'll be there 3 nights of the week."
Done.
Good.
Oh, I just thought of
He
something
walks
different.
straight past, as if pretending that he has some other plans.
But he just wants to sip of that sweet, sweet whiskey.
He just wants that whiskey.
That's all he wants, man. Give him some of that whiskey. He deserves
I
it.
can't blame him.
Next person on the list, Spikeu.
So mine is a combo. It's a cup of coffee and a piece of pie.
Oh,
The pie itself is a cherry pie with cranberries and walnuts. And then the coffee is flavored with cinnamon and coconut milk.
nice.
Fancy. This dude's a fancy guy.
It's a solid combo, honestly.
It is quite lovely.
Yeah, you'll never guess. So actually, all the recipes that I've actually presented, like I said, were recipes that I've actually made in real life. All of them come from the same cookbook, and none of you will guess the name of this cookbook. You could try a million tries, and you'll never figure out what it's called.
Is it a themed cookbook?
You could say that.
Okay.
Is it?
Considering
Wait, is it a specific cookbook that has a lot of swearing in it?
Nope. I will
'Cause
tell
I-
you
I
it is
have
based
that one.
off of this. I will tell you it
It
is
feels
based
like
off
a
a
Betty
series of
Crocker
movies.
vibe.
Nope. I'll tell you
Introspectively.
it's based off a series of movies.
okay. So it'd be the kind of stuff that I've gotten you and you've bought over the ages.
This feels like a Witcher.
Nope.
Based off of movies.
Yeah, Witcher is a movie.
Witcher has on
Which
there
is
is
No, they put out
Witcher's
a
a
shitty
TV
Netflix.
series.
They put
Yeah.
it on Netflix.
That
Witcher was a
didn't
Netflix series,
actually
not a movie.
follow the plot of
Well,
The
no, because
Witcher.
I remember this. Because fun fact, there was actually an animated movie of The Witcher, but not of Geralt. This is actually Geralt's
That's
previous
still
story.
a movie.
Point being, it's not The Witcher. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yep.
I think we can.
We're gonna figure this out afterwards.
I'll tell you after. You guys can think about it.
And the final one on the list is Arlo. Arlo makes a very basic, very straightforward cinnamon apple pie, but he has it with a lovely cinnamon apple cider to double down on the apple flavor.
Definitely.
Nothing wrong with that.
Lucy comes and retrieves all of the food, including the drinks from both Spike and Arlo, before returning to the judges and providing them onto the judges.
Man, guys, I wonder who's winning this contest. I can't imagine.
Damn. I wonder. I wonder. It's not like I have a final judgment in my head and also on paper. I wonder.
This is quite lovely. I love this. This is fun for me.
I miss when Autumn was spiteful towards Spyco.
Ani said it was more entertaining then.
Wow.
Everyone enjoys the pies. The first pie is a little gamey in flavor and texture, but outside of that, it's a very good pie. It is not necessary for a constitution on that one.
Oh.
You will have to roll me a constitution, however, when you decide to eat Pond's pie. And this one, based on how this one is made, will include poison.
Hey! Oh, I am so excited. Okay. Ready for that constitution. This is lovely for me. So that is a 17 for that constitution.
Cool. I have to
That's a
roll
16.
the
Well, no,
cons.
because I get a +2, it would be a 17.
If it's a
16 plus
you get
2
plus
times
2, that would be
18.
18.
Well, no, because it's adding the +1 to the constitution save.
The +1 is just your con save, so that 16 is what you rolled.
Yeah, that's it
In
counts for it.
total.
It tells you what it is.
Oh.
Then you add +2 to that because of your ability, that becomes an 18.
Oh. If that's how it goes, sure. I was
Okay.
going based
Multi-class.
because there's a +2 for con saves for poisons.
You and Evelyn both save from the poison. Lord Ingram takes a bite. Upon realizing it is slightly poisoned in any sort of degree, spits it out. But Sabrina takes a good chunk, chews, swallows, and finds herself with a stomachache. Whoops.
Oh. I will almost like tell everybody at the table, be like, if you need any help, do not hesitate to come find me. I can help fix the poison that we have just ingested.
Evelyn says, "That sounds lovely, but I could also just do this," and she lay on hands both of them to remove the poison status.
Oh, that is you're taking away all my fun, Evelyn. Autumn will try and save that piece of pie so then she can turn it into a poison.
Oh my god.
Okay.
You're thrilled.
She will. She will. Because I don't know if her daughter can make poison yet.
Idle's peach pie goes well, though it is rather salted, and it is very noticeable that the only amount of salt he has used in all three of his dishes has been pink salt. He has been very
Salt
pink
on it.
today. So
I
Evelyn
love this.
asks over to Idle and says, "Idle, is there a reason we have pink salt in all of your dishes?" Idle calls back and says, "I'm having a girl."
Oh,
Yeah.
congratulations!
Evelyn says, "This
He,
is not
he
the
sounded
time nor
angry about
moment, but congrats."
I love this. This is wonderful.
Uh, they then
Father's
move
just
on
excited.
to Capri's pie. And find
Oh,
it is very nice and very, very delicate.
does Autumn notice the smell of that whiskey that's in this pie?
I would say so.
Have
It
you
is a
tried it?
very strong whiskey. So it would have to
Yeah,
be
because Autumn
like
was near him,
it's a
so Autumn would have
quadrupled
smelled the.
whiskey. Please remember, this is a quadrupled whiskey. It
Yeah.
that means it's
So,
been aged and aged and aged. So even if you bake it out the first time, it will still leave a noticeable taste and a noticeable scent.
I feel like
Pretty
we
sure
need to
after
roll
roll
constitutions for
context, he
that.
gets drunk.
He didn't
You
use much of it. He used enough to spice it, but not enough to kill you.
No, I know, but it's
you
still
wouldn't
we
get
aren't.
drunk off of the pie because of how little was
Being
used,
cooked.
but you still can get a good scent of the whiskey from the
Oh,
pie.
oh goodness me, oh my!
Otherwise, it is still just a pumpkin pie that's been spiced.
Is it weird? I'll keep my pie things afterwards.
I will say because he knows in particular, thanks to Spiker helping him out a bit, while everything's being judged, Capri will take an extra slice of it and kind of like try to hand it over to Spiker, just like, here you go, buddy. Thank you.
Pepper sees you trying to hand it over to Spike and grabs it from you and hands it over proper. Because Pepper's
Good
in
looking out.
between you and Spike, so she knows.
Thanks, kiddo.
I love this. This is quite
Uh,
wonderful.
Spike's pie is next. I think it is a very good pie. Evelyn
Yeah.
can't seem to get enough and actually calls out to you, Spike, and says, "Can I get the recipe?"
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Autumn's just having the coffee, just taking small sips. Not a coffee fan, but this is quite delicious and quite lovely.
Sabrina does drink most of the coffee down and notes, "I am a coffee fan. This is delightful."
As I said, I'm more of a tea lady, but this is, as I said before, quite lovely.
Good.
"Oh,
I
you're a
can have this.
tea lady," says Sabrina. "I'm a coffee lady. How
I
lovely."
love this. This is a great friendship starter.
It would be, wouldn't it?
I love this. Just Autumn's just making friends except for Lord Ingram be like, get fucked. On the inside, she's like, get fucked.
And finally on the round is Arlo. Sabrina, before even touching the pie that Arlo has made, says, "Ah, I see. Arlo." Arlo calls back, "Yeah?" And she says, "Can you try to make something that isn't your specialty next time?" Arla says, I don't know what you mean. Sabrina
I'm presuming this
says,
pie is the-
Sabrina says, I've already had your pie 4 times. I'm kind of tired of this one.
I'm presuming this is a signature at his establishment.
Yes, Sabrina looks over and says, it is a very major staple at our establishment.
Mm. Well, it's quite lovely.
Yes.
Again, Autumn just being polite, being kind again, just being who she normally is.
Do you have a staple at your establishment?
To be honest, I am. You
Red
would
Bull.
actually have to ask the 3 people at the very end down there, and she will motion to Capri, Pepper, and Spaiku. They are actually our chefs.
Well, good to know.
So this game totally ain't rigged.
I'm just the Again, I feel like I have nothing but fun, but I do.
Evelyn and Ingram finish the pie that was presented to them, and you all deliberate on a final judgment. I'm going to send you a picture of what I think the final judgment is, and you are going to tell me if I am correct or not.
Yes.
To be honest,
I assume
if
you're
I'm at
sending
the
it to
bottom,
our.
it makes sense. If I'm not at the bottom, it makes sense.
I'm sending it directly to Autumn via photo through Discord.
Y'all. Y'all. Here, can I have a hand? Thanks, honey. Ham.
And it has been sent. Tell me if you agree with this judgment.
Honest, I think here I'll text it to you because well I kind of agree but also don't, but again.
Somehow Lee's just going to be at the top. Lee wins.
This is me basically going off of the numbers from rounds 1, 2, and 3.
Let it
Yeah.
also be known that I have no idea what people are being sent. I'm just here from the.
Yeah, it's me being how it is.
During this time, as the judges are deliberating, everyone can go about their time to just relax, talk to each other, possibly make friends, make enemies.
Okay.
Who's
Hmm.
making enemies of competition?
I mean,
I mean,
Spikey's here.
Spaiku.
hold on.
Why did I even ask? He's making enemies everywhere he goes. It's an inspiration.
Just me existing. That's fine.
You know, I aspire
Mine.
to be as much of a hater as Spaiku.
Listen, that takes a lot of work.
It takes a lot
You
of
gotta
work.
really put effort into it.
As Spaiku says, a stranger is just someone I haven't threatened yet.
I mean, that does sound like something that I would say.
That does sound like something you'd say. Direct Spaiku quote.
I think I'm actually gonna go over to Capri.
I-
My ring's separate. Can
Oh,
we just get
no.
rid of my ring?
I did group
Oh,
you
boy.
and your ring together. So that is.
Can we just get rid of my ring?
Let me just ungroup that there so that way I can remove the ring. There we go.
Thank you. Oh, I only have control of the ring.
Oh no!
Wait, can I have my ring back?
Oh my god.
Can I have my ring fit?
You are right. Those last two should definitely be switched because you are correct.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes.
but also,
Yes.
I'm going to move the the last one up actually above both the last three because
Okay.
one of them did not make an actual proper meal.
Yes.
If you
Viewers, I'm
remember,
just like you. I don't know what's going on either.
To be honest, yes.
to be honest,
I feel like it's an A for effort.
To be honest, I think I should switch the last one and the third to last one because of
Yes.
just that alone,
Yeah.
actually.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
When you get a moment, Rose, can you give me control of my character?
You've
This
lost
is
character control for
fix it. Don't worry.
I love this. This is quite lovely for me, just
There we
having a
go.
fun time.
I think I have
I will
control of the
say,
ring.
Autumn
That was it.
does take that pine, like that pine nut pie, and that rock salt lamb. She will take those with her.
the
The one to
salt
make a
lamp.
poison, and one to just show Capri that now I have a lamb, and go funk funk.
Sure you do.
And also for my daughter, so then she can enjoy the salt lamb.
Yeah.
It's
Capri's
one
not
letter
even
away
That's
from
what we
being
call
a
it,
salt
tiny.
lamp.
You agree
When
with
you tell me
this
you're really tight.
change?
Let me see.
Yeah.
Yes, I do agree. I do agree with it.
All right. Let's give everybody a chance to talk to one another still as we continue to say that the judges are deliberating.
Oh,
Make it-
actually, I'm not going to talk until we get the results.
Capri is hardcore just indulging in the food he made alongside Pepper.
I would
Cool.
say if you still
Pepper's
have some of that
focused on
alcohol,
cleaning the area.
maybe give some of that to your guy over there.
Spaiku like looks across the way at the enemy competition, opens his mouth, exposing his teeth as much as possible, and then just puts like a whole plank of salmon in his mouth before closing real quick, and then he like winks at them real quick,
Unhinges jaw.
aggressively.
Do a charisma save.
Does Autumn see this
Are
from
you
her
doing an
passive perception?
intimidation?
I'm not technically doing an intimidation. I'm just doing these actions.
If you get
It sounds like
intimidated
you're
by it,
trying to
that's
do an
on.
intimidation.
You gonna make me roll intimidation?
I would like you to roll intimidation.
I will
Creepy
ask
now
this,
one.
Rose.
It is.
Are you
Autumn, for
fucking kidding me?
for the passive perception, do I see Spaiku doing this?
For the passive perception, I don't think Spike is trying to hide this. So, yeah, I think everyone will notice this.
She will just. I feel like once she's just done with everything, she will look over at Spaiku and be like,
You
We
give
feed
him
our
a
lizard
look.
I give
frozen
him
food
a.
because he's too aggressive to eat fresh. Sorry about him.
Oh my god.
Both Torja and Arlo are not intimidated by your amount of teeth.
At least he tried.
Weird flex.
Please,
But now
please
people
tell
do
me
have to
it's-
roll me a perception, especially the people who are close enough, as Torja is going to attempt to do something, and it's gonna be interesting.
Who? Wait? This is quite fun for me.
Alright, Alucard will see it, Capri will see it. I'm gonna say Pawn's not noticing as he's too busy. I'm saying Idle's not noticing because he's too busy. Spike, can you roll me a perception?
Yeah, I guess I can. As soon as I figure out where my mouse went. How is the goddamn perception roll higher than?
Cool.
The intimidation.
Spike
Never
It's
will
mind.
because
It's
you're
fine.
hyper aware of what people think of you now.
Spike will
You
also
have those
take note
special
of
lizard
this.
eyes.
Spike will also take note of this. Torja grabs a entire loaf of bread that they have left over. She, appearing to be a dwarfish woman, unhinges her jaw and swallows a whole loaf of bread.
Dwarves aren't usually doing that. My history with them.
Arlo does
So
not take notice.
I see this.
And you go,
If
damn,
sh-
she tried to beat me.
Is she evil? Does
That's
she
my
set off
thing.
my detect evil sense?
What that mouth do?
She does not set off your detect
Too
evil,
much.
as she is not evil aligned.
She's just got a freaky mouth.
She appears to
She's just a
not
little
be
freak.
what she says she is what I'm saying.
She lied on her
And
document.
I will have
Okay.
to roll a perception for Pepper as well, as she is in the area. And she would take note of this as well. Pepper is now grabbing onto your arm, Capri.
Rose,
Dad, I want to go home.
Rose.
I'm scared.
I just come over. I'm like, so
Yes.
Pepper, you saw that too, right?
Sorry, hold on. What was it, Oni? What did you want to say?
I was just wondering if, given my history of, needing to know a lot of things to find out stuff about people, can I roll a history to see if I know anything about what just happened?
Sure, roll me a history. Pepper does
Oh,
look
that's not
over
good.
to you, Spike, and says, "Yes, I did just see that."
Also, can we take a moment to appreciate that
Oh,
character
no.
of mine rolled higher than a 10 on perception for once?
You did it.
That's true.
It's because it's a new guy.
I'm making biscuits.
Alright, so you're not exactly certain what happened, but you're pretty certain that dwarvish woman is not normally a dwarvish woman.
Oh,
I
Weird.
want to throw.
oh.
So
Lucas.
Pepper, I need. I'm just gonna kind of lean on that. Pepper, I need your help here. I need you to go over and accidentally spill an uncomfortable amount of salt on that woman.
Pepper looks over at you and says, "I don't want to get near that woman."
Okay, well then
Respectfully, I
use
will
your
not be doing that.
use your child charm and have Capri do it.
Her child charm. She's like a
She's a
20-year
teenager.
something woman, isn't she?
It
She's a
doesn't
teenager.
matter.
She's around 22.
Listen,
She
I don't
looks
know if you
over
guys.
at Capri and says, I think
You
that's
infant.
something you two could discuss. I don't think I need to be a part of that discussion."
Listen, I hate breaking it to most of you, but everyone is a child compared to me. I'm an old man.
You're
Okay,
a
maybe.
dill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey man.
all right.
So did you within earshot
Gills and dills.
did you within earshot basically ask Pepper to throw salt at this woman?
Yeah.
Yes.
Pepper's
You definitely
holding
would have heard it.
Pepper's holding
Normal
onto
Spike,
your
maybe.
arm, so she's like there. She's right there. So and Spike just walked closer. So as far as I'm concerned, you're not only within earshot, you're within eyesight, earshot, and touch distance.
I'm gonna look to Spaiku. I was like, are you telling me that there's some sort of thing that's weak to salt?
I mean, like most Fae don't like salt.
She,
She
That's
changed her
valid.
or doppelganger.
that lady just up and ate a whole loaf of bread, and you think they's a fae?
For clarification, we just watched a dwarf, not one of the larger species, mind you, a dwarf, unhinge her jaw in such a manner that she fit an entire loaf of bread into her mouth.
I
That
think it's
makes her
impolite to
three.
question a lady like that.
That makes her one of three things: a fae, a celestial, or a demon. If you throw the salt at her, we can rule out one of them.
Well, question.
Mhm.
So they're from the other tavern where we saw. Well, we didn't see, but Misty saw the Feywild, correct?
Uh-huh.
And
Is
also,
the
where
Feywilds
Spike
from the Underdark?
No.
Or
The
what from the
Feywild is from the Feywild.
Okay. Okay.
Point being though, shall we announce the winner, or do we want everyone to kind of keep token?
matters
think-
not whose jaw has been unhinged.
I think
We
Capri's
must
just going to
judge the
comfort
cooking
Pepper.
competition.
Capri's just going to comfort Pepper and just kind of If she does anything else, then I'll think about launching a bag of salt.
Alright. With that thought, Lord Ingram steps forward and says, "We have come to a deliberation. Our final judgment is as follows. Please, all cooking competitors, step forward and in front of your tables."
Oop.
Just move
I'm
a
gonna
little
have to stand
forward.
kind of halfway on my. Yes.
Just stand lightly on top of your table. Let me bring to front Spiku and bring to front Capri, so that way everyone is above their
You're
table.
not under your tables.
So you're not under your table. Yep. Starting from the bottom of the list. Let's see. You remember how many places there are? There are 4 places. Cool. Great. Wonderful. Starting at 4th place, we have Alucard. You have won a bag of bounty.
Like-
Go.
The detergent?
No, like a
No,
magic
the
item.
chocolate bar.
It's the
Oh, okay.
fabric softener.
A will to live. That's a 2-1.
3rd place, we have Arlo, who has won the Butcher's Bib. At 2nd place, we have Capri, who has won a Cauldron of Plenty and the Dust of Deliciousness.
It's just
Capri,
LSD.
Capri will give it will do like a little
We've
double high
discovered
five
MSG.
with Pepper.
She will also enjoy the high five. And at 1st place, with no deliberation needed on this one, we have the Dragonborn himself, Spiku, who has won Alchemy Jugs, both orange and blue, Hook of Fisher's Delight, and a Cauldron of Plenty.
Perfect.
I will
What's
send
a
you
bag of
those
bounty?
things.
What is a bag of?
I can't find it on the D&D list.
We'll find it.
Was provided to me via one whole Capri, so it would be on Capri's magic table list. Let me just
What is
Bag
the
of bounty.
the bag of
I
bounty.
think the bag
I'm
of bag.
pulling it up.
the bag of bounty?
Bounty.
Oh geez, from my
It's just filled with
Yes.
peppermint
Click
chocolate.
the.
that would mean it's something I sent directly to you. So give me a second so I can look at my list here.
Right here.
Bag of bounty.
It's a number on one.
So you get to just pull food out of a bag.
Only if you want
Ah,
local
Wayfarer's Guide
hospitality.
to Ebra.
There we go.
Neat.
It's useless for me.
Yeah, it's useless to you. I don't know. Maybe you should
Oh,
start
sorry.
cooking.
Sorry, it's not on Capri's list. It's on additional. I'm being silly.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't have bag of bounty on my list.
I'm
Yeah, 'cause-
sometimes blind with what I'm looking at. So yeah.
Yeah, apparently this thing only works if I have the mark of hospitality,
Yeah, which I don't.
which
What
I
that
don't have.
is.
Don't worry.
I just
We're excluding the mark of hospitality thing. We're just saying it
Uh,
works.
If you
I
have
can
the
use an
item.
action. I can use an action to cast create food and water.
Yep.
Pull it out of the
You sh-
bag.
For all those
shape
who have
this meal with your
participated
thoughts.
in the cooking competition and have not won, you will be provided a handy spice pouch for all your spicing needs.
Hooray, spices.
This
Oh,
cooking
nice.
competition was sponsored by Heward's Handy Spice Pouch.
Oh jeez.
Braid Shadow.
Raid Shadow Legend.
And
Sign up now for
World
your
of
free
Tank.
bonus.
and Agatha's Cauldron of Plenty. Agatha walks up to the stage. Yes.
Hey, Agatha. How are the
And-
kids?
And Factor.
She
Guys,
also
this-
appears to
this-
be holding all of the magical items. So upon retrieval,
shit's
you will all
insane.
get those items.
Hooray!
Th-
I'm
This,
gonna go
I,
retrieve
I
my
know I'm
magic
not part.
items immediately because I want that fish hook.
I know I'm not part of the tavern yet, but this thing would be insane for the tavern, especially with me to have it. So, create food and water, provide a feast within your bag. You shape the meal in your thoughts. You can create the standard bland fare without requiring any sort of check. So that's poor quality food. But I can attempt to create finer food by making a charisma check, which my charisma is so fucking high. If you're
You're a
proficient,
chef.
Can you send me that page so I can actually put
if you're
that
proficient with
together on
cook
here?
utensils, add your bonus.
I mean,
Did you already get the
In the wise words of Remy the Rat, repeating my wise words from someone else, anyone can cook.
Oni, it would be an interesting idea for your character to use that device to get a job at the pub/inn to get closer to this character who I have no idea who it could be that you are investigating.
Oh, at the enemy tavern.
No, at our tavern.
No,
Oh,
at
our
ours.
tavern. Okay.
I'm investigating
Quite
Spiker.
lovely.
Yeah, okay.
Which I can't imagine why I've never done a bad thing in my
He's
entire
never
life.
done anything ever.
Yeah, no. I'll keep what you sent me to myself, Spiker.
Mm-hmm.
So do we need to go pick up our rewards? That's what we're doing right now.
Yes, you will be picking up your rewards. I am just writing them all down so that way I have them all prepared for you to put them into your inventory.
Mhm.
Yes, I'm
I
trying
wanna
to
get
figure out
this.
how to do that
Oh,
on D&D Beyond because it's not.
thanks, baby.
I'll help you
I
with
know.
it.
I guess I can add custom item. I guess.
My foot has went to sleep.
Oh no, that's the worst.
It's okay. You can always pick me up, Spiku.
True, but I'm not carrying you back anymore.
Cauldron of
Everybody gets one.
Oh, my heart hurts. How dare you?
Awaken your foot. It's fine.
item.
We need to go
was
check out
fun.
this. We need to go check out this thing.
What are we checking out?
There you go.
The hook.
Oh, here you go.
The Hook of
Thank
Fish's
you.
Delight. Because if I know anything about
Fishing.
my buddy Spike, I know my buddy Spike loves being a fisherman.
Fishing minigame.
Pepper will
Fishing
go and
competition?
retrieve the magic items for you there, Capri.
You've done what now?
Pepper will go and retrieve the magic items for you there, Capri.
Perfect. I'm currently
You also get this.
yeah, I'm currently making a because I can't find the Cauldron of Plenty through D&D Beyond, so I'm home brewing from the information I have here.
I'm just vibing. Oh,
Cauldron of Plenty, 5th edition, D&D on Wiki. The Wiki stuff that I use anyway. Cauldron's made of a thick copper that has turned green with age. It is 4 feet wide, has a mouth of 3.5 feet in diameter, weighs about 50 pounds, and can hold up to 30 gallons of liquid. Embossed on its bulging sides are images of satyrs, nymphs, and all in repose holding ladles. The cauldron comes with a lid and has side handles. It sits on 5 little clawed feet that keep it from tipping. If water is poured into the cauldron and stirred for 1 minute, it transforms into a hearty, hot stew, which can provide one nourishing meal for up to 4 people per gallon. The stew remains hot while in the cauldron, then cools naturally after it's removed. The outside of the cauldron remains safe to touch, despite the heat of the stew. The cauldron can create stew 3 times, then it ceases to function until the next dawn, when it regains all its uses. The source of this item is Icewind Dale.
I just bring myself.
I figured it would be really nice to have the ability to get at least one cauldron. I didn't expect both Capri and Spike to win places 1 and 2. So, surprise, surprise, you have 2 cauldrons. Have fun with that. You
Guess
technically
we don't have
have.
to.
Didn't
We're too
only
talented.
You
Suffering from
technically.
success.
Yeah, you technically have 6 doses of stew per day.
I think the idea would then be one of them will
Oh.
be for actually making food for the customers. The other, I think, we attach as a adventurer package for when adventurer groups come to stay at our inn. We let them essentially have like access
Have the
to
soup.
full-blown meals without depleting our stock.
Mm-hmm.
Do note.
And I mean, here's the thing. Capri. The jugs that I have produce 4 gallons of beer. Man, is it every hour? Oh, up to 2 gallons per minute.
Or it can create a few other things, like mayonnaise.
It's true, but listen, you and I both know what's gonna
Like
happen.
mayonnaise.
Oh,
I
you have
know.
you have
Spike,
you have
just
alchemy
place that
jugs,
in
right?
front
Yeah, both
2 of them.
Uh-huh.
He
Yeah,
has
the alchemy
the
jug
orange
is
one
you
and the
can
blue one.
dump out up to a maximum of what's listed for that type per day.
Might I let you know right now just how many people you can feed with the Cauldron of Plenty? Because it says 4 people per gallon of liquid, and it's 30 gallons of liquid. So you're feeding, technically, per one use of stew, 120 people.
We never
Nice.
have to pay for supplies again.
Well, it just means we have something we can
Infinite
have at
money
the ready.
code.
We have something at the ready per day to ensure people have a hot and ready meal, like as another option if they're just looking for a quick meal.
Yes.
Oh.
And that's when the bag of bounty comes in.
It does say it has 3 uses, and it does say it will
it'll be 3
regain
uses a day.
all per over a night. But I will say it has 3 uses and regains 1 each consecutive night. So instead of
What?
all, it regains 1 use per night.
Oh my god, the blue one is my vibe.
The one that produces tea.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
It's boiling hot tea, so I would like to at least have a little bit of that, so that me and you can have tea together.
I mean,
Well,
you
you'll
can
have
definitely
beer.
have some tea. You can definitely have some tea. I won't stop you from having tea.
Yeah.
Anyways,
just
give
cute,
me
but
just 1 minute here, as I have just been notified that my mother has returned home, and I need to make certain whether or not she has gotten a pound of wings. Because if she's gotten a pound of wings for herself, I'm grabbing those bare ones that I left. I am not willing to share otherwise. So I'll be
Listen, I'm not
right
dealing with
back.
this nonsense today.
this was quite lovely. I think
This
also
was
my
fun.
favorite thing is Oni being like, I like when Autumn and Spike were.
I miss when you were spiteful towards him.
Why?
It was
It was funny. It was.
I liked how Spikey distressed in any way possible. He is unshakable.
Wait, what am I? Sorry, I was copying and pasting things.
I said I would like you to experience distress in any way possible, since you're usually fairly unshakable.
This is true.
It's called he now will be under distress because of Autumn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so while you guys were gone, Autumn gave me a ring, right? And I put the ring on, and now I can detect anytime Autumn is poisoned or feeling some kind of negative stress effect, and I can also know her exact HP total at any given point in time.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. Congrats
As
on the
long as you
marriage.
two,
Yeah,
as long
no,
as
I
the
don't
two
like
of you are within 100 feet of each
And
other.
can see each other,
Right.
yeah.
Congrats on the marriage.
Might
I
ask
think
Rose
it's
if she
more towards is that this is Autumn's way of making him sweat a little bit.
Did this on
might ask,
purpose.
might ask Rose if she's willing to compromise and make this bag of bounty. Like get one charge every night, just because the gamble of the type of food I make makes it hard enough. I mean, she might say no, but that's fine with me. But because so depending on what food quality I want to make, the DC gets higher and higher. Aristocratic is DC 18.
Damn. So
Yeah.
listen,
Yeah.
Capri. When we
Yeah.
get back to the bar, we got to set up a box. That's watertight. That's like 10 foot by 10 foot, right? Because this fish hook I got lets us get infinite fish.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah. Yeah. These are hooks of Fisher's Delight, right? I talked about these
Fish.
back at my old village. Fisher's Delight, sorry. Basically what you do is you get a cube. It's just 10 foot by 10 foot, right? And you put the hook in it. Doesn't have to actually have fish in it. Every hour it produces a fish. Sometimes you get like a little green fish. Fills you up, don't have to eat for 24 hours after the little green fish. Sometimes you get all sorts of good stuff. Like if you pull a goldfish out, you feel like the best you felt in your entire life.
Question: can you turn it off if you're not going to be?
So it's once an hour. It's once an hour that it has to be submerged. You can't really turn it off, but the fish always stays hooked. It doesn't go away. So if we go to bed, we leave it hooked on overnight.
You wake up
get
and there's a fish.
Bingo.
Okay. Breakfast fish.
What was the question earlier there, Oni? I heard a bit, and then I didn't hear it.
I was wondering, because you said this bag of bounty, you're gonna have it so
Cauldron of
one
Plenty.
charge.
He had a bag of bounty.
Yeah, I know.
That's what you said first.
I am missing or mixing up my words. I meant the Cauldron of Plenty.
Oh, okay.
Because the Cauldron of Plenty, it says that it can feed 4 people and holds up to 30 gallons. Which is why I switched it from it regains all of its charges at night to it only regains 1 charge a night.
Okay. Sorry.
So that way it's less broken. It has 3 charges it can use per day, but it only regains 1 charge every night.
Okay. Sorry, that I thought you were talking about the bag of bounty because that also has 3 charges.
Setting up my abilities here, so I'm notating all the stuff that I got, so bear with me.
You want me to read out the bag of bounty for you?
It's too burdensome to be the winner.
No, you're good. I'm just copy and pasting my stuff, so if I ever need it for my own personal reference, I have it.
Okay, well I'm gonna read out the bag of bounty anyway because now I'm confused with Oni because I'm a little confused.
I've got it here. I can read it out. It talks about it being embedded, like having some shards embedded in the linen, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I'll read it out. Don't worry. I got it. I'll read it.
Okay.
The bag of bounty. This is a sturdy leather sack with tiny Cybirus shards embedded into the lining.
Is that a smoky
It
I
says
hear?
if you have the Mark of Hospitality, but we're completely jumping over the Mark of Hospitality bit. So you can use an action to cast Create Food and Water, drawing a feast from within the bag. You shape a meal with your thoughts. You can create the standard bland fare without requiring any sort of check, but you can attempt to create finer food by making a charisma check if you're proficient with cook's utensils. And your bonus. No. You add a bonus to the check.
Yeah.
A failed check results in a sour, squalid meal. So, you can make food quality of poor, modest, comfortable, wealthy, and aristocratic, each of which have a DC charisma check to do. So, poor no rule required. We'll always make poor food. Modest is a DC 10. Comfortable is DC 13. Wealthy is a DC 15 check. And aristocratic is a DC 18 check. The bag of bounty can only be used up to 3 times over the course of a day. After that, the bag cannot be used again until the next dawn. It doesn't say anything about regaining its charges, it just says it can be used 3 times a day and cannot be used until the next day.
Yeah, I know. The only reason why I brought up the charges was because originally, when you were talking about the cauldron, I thought you were talking about the bag of bounty.
Word.
As I said, English is not my strong suit today.
Well, yeah,
But
I
we
because
have
still
fucked
love
up
it
with so
all the
many
same.
you
words.
got to do the. You gotta tell us in the French. The French.
You got wings on the brain.
You
Mhm.
bring up the French. The
Chicken
No one-
noises in your
No one likes the French.
Of which I have been given the other pound of chicken, so delicious.
Good.
I'm very happy.
The
Delighted.
Godzilla cookbook.
I was let known by my mother that she has had 2 pounds of wings from our community center because me and her were both doing some volunteering. And I had to leave halfway through.
I would say after this, do we go back to the tavern or can
Well-
we enjoy the festivities here?
Actually, I do like a. Fuck, what was the name of our tavern again?
Starfall.
Starfall
Starfall
Sanctuary.
Saint.
And then Spike will stand up and be like, and if you want to taste some of my tasty food yourselves, please stop by the Starfall Sanctuary.
Marketing.
You gotta
Who
be
thought
on
it would
point.
be Spike-Who?
Probably just Rose, honestly.
Fair.
Based on the fact that you did well during the cooking competition, both you and Capri getting first and second place, and both of you are from the Starfall Sanctuary, and Arlo only got third place, and he is from the other tavern, if I remember the name of
Fuck
it,
that guy.
the Twilight Tavern.
Boo.
The answer is, yeah, you have gained a hearty enough crowd interested in coming to see what kind of foods you guys can make and enjoy them.
Can I use the bag of bounty once? Just like kind of like I'm trying to like figure it out and use it for the first time, just as a tester.
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna try and make aristocratic the highest one, DC 18. And it's just a normal charisma throw, isn't it?
It's a
check.
charisma check.
Yeah.
Autumn's just vibing.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Not quite.
Sorry,
Ooh,
you
just
attempted
under.
to make
Still good.
the best, and because you failed, this is a failure. It's not, oh yeah, it failed the major one, so it goes down by 1. No, you mentioned you wanted to make the best one, and you failed.
Yeah, but I can try it twice more.
You have made a sour and squalid
Oh.
soup.
It's not going well, guys.
Who wants
You've
some
made-
sour squalid soup?
You've made 2 more doses of sour, squalid soup.
Give it to the rock salt guy.
You know, that was just funny, so it's perfectly
It's
fine.
very
with me.
watery. Why would you give it to the rock salt guy? He has enough on his plate.
Rock.
Yeah, a lot of salt.
He could use some soup with his salt. If it's unseasoned, perfect. He's got that.
I'm just
Done
gonna
It's
and
not a
dusted.
seasoning
away.
issue. I said it's sour and squalid. It's not a seasoning issue.
No, it's just bad. I'm just gonna throw it away. Throw all 3 away.
Alright.
Mm,
You
just
toss all
them.
3 versions of the soup away as you use up your 3 uses for the day.
Yeah, that's fine. Do I talk to Capri or do I talk to Spike?
Actually, I have questions real quick before you decide who you're going to talk to.
Yeah, go ahead.
So first and foremost, how long has Ani been tailing, or I don't know, Alucard been tailing me?
He's only just recently been assigned it.
Gotcha. So I wouldn't know who you are.
No.
Okay.
He's also
He's
very good at
just
his job, so
recently
he
been
would know.
assigned you as a position. There have been other people tailing you, but they only just started tailing you as soon as you arrived on the in
Now
the
that you've
kingdom.
settled. Yeah,
Okay.
now that you've settled again.
I may note that the person who hired Oni, I'm gonna have to send him a message, so that way, because I don't know if Oni has a set person who he knows who hired him, but I have a good person in mind.
No, I'm more of a bounty hunter kind of person.
Give me a
Alright.
second.
So you're open to me throwing you a person who hired you,
What
yeah?
the hell happened?
Yeah.
I
Cool.
don't know what the heck happened. Reno. I apologize. Dealing with injuries.
Oh no, not injuries.
She managed to cut herself a bit. It's all good, folks.
Pardon.
I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
She married an idiot.
Mm.
Oh.
I mean, so did my wife.
Hey. This is why we get along so well, Spyku.
This is the real right. This is the real reason Spike and Autumn get along so well. We're both the respective idiot in our relationship. It's good. It's good times.
Oh, it's fantastic then.
Was that all your questions, Spiker?
Yep, that's all I needed to know. You're good.
Alright. I'm actually going to go up to Spiker since Spiker won. And he's going to
Injury fixer.
congratulate him. Both on winning and also taking down the cult in this small town.
That doesn't sound suspicious.
Listen,
He's really good at his job, you say.
Yeah.
Well, it was
Okay.
posted about in the news about the cult that was in town being taken down.
Okay. All
So, are you
about.
going to say something specific on it, or is that your pitch?
That's pretty much it for now. I'm just trying to see how you react.
Yeah, thanks, man. You know, cooking's always been something important to me. And as far as cults go, you know, you can't really let them get a foot in the door because then the whole place goes to hell.
Fair enough.
Understandable. Have a fantastic day.
Listen,
that wasn't in character.
If,
That wasn't
if,
in character.
that was absolutely in character.
No, it wasn't. That was my brain trying to process what you were saying.
Fair enough.
Listen, man, it's almost like 2:30 a.m. for me.
Someone woke
like...
up at 10 p.m.
That's 5.5 hours ago for him.
A lot of things have happened.
Did I hear you say that you work at you run a tavern nearby?
Yeah, it's just it's right down the road there. You should stop by. Try some of my food.
Yes, I've heard about that place from other people. Wasn't there 2 more of you?
Well, we had one of them's dealing with some stuff right now, and the other one, he got into some bad luck.
Dealing with some stuff.
He didn't make it out of the tavern incident. Oh, sorry, the church incident.
Well, I'm going to be sticking around this.
That's
little
the
town
stuff
for a
she's been
while.
dealing with.
I'm going to be sticking around this little remote town for a while. Do you need any hands at this tavern of yours? Extra hands?
The guy to talk to is going to be the orc right behind you there. He's usually the one that assigns duties and stuff like that. I just handle the cooking. Sometimes I make a mean bread bowl.
Oh, well, fair enough.
I'm interested in your bread bowl, sir.
And as
Sold.
he turns away, he remembers something, turns back and goes, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Alucard Threepwood."
Oh, Alucard, nice to meet you. I'm Spike Uzardaz.
Okay, well, I'm going to go speak to your boss, I think, from what you just told me.
Sure, let's go with that for now.
Just the
Oh
dad.
no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Time out! Time out! Oh no!
Oh no.
What?
I just spilt beer everywhere.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Fuck.
party foul.
Clean up break.
I know, Alucard is quite shocking to witness.
Stuck my whole last hand in the cup
Ooh,
and then spilt it everywhere.
fantastic.
Autumn's just vibing. But bro, I am so sorry about your poor beer.
Spike.
That's a hard
Spike.
party foul.
Spike, can I tell you something that I just found really hilarious from hearing you say you stuck your whole hand into your beer?
Yes.
Spike, you're not an actual cat man.
Oh no!
And now he's disgruntled by it.
Ah, shit. Okay, well at least the leather isn't too damaged. That's fine.
That's
Why have you
good.
been scratching at it?
Huh? No. So my notebook that I use for general video game note taking is leather bound.
Did you end up destroying all the pages?
No, actually, because of the thickness of the leather, they did not get damaged.
That's really good. It almost sucks
But
that
I
your
am
leather
worried about-
is gonna start smelling like beer.
Almost sucks. What are you talking about? That's an amazing smell. What are you trying to imply here, Rose?
You clearly live somewhere that does not have a brewery. It is a terrible smell.
Okay, so here's a fun fact about Spaiku. There are 14 breweries within a reasonable driving distance of my house.
Of Ohio. Mhm.
Nice.
If I
What's a
really want
reasonable
to get
driving
fancy and we want to have a good time, well, reasonable driving distance for me is anything less than 3 hours. Bro, I just did a
pass
32
one
hour
every
drive.
day on my commute from when, like, I don't know if it's like east, whatever the fuck it is, but it literally god awful every time.
Yeah, Yeah,
That
I
would
like
be the
I like the smell of a brewery,
that-
not to mention that like
it's the blue.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
well,
blue light
fair. I mean,
flavor.
I will give you that I don't like beer. It doesn't smell like beer, but fair enough.
I
fair
know
enough.
I know Zeno, bad kitty, I spilt the beer. Ah, I'm so mad at myself right now because I like this beer. I got it. I
More
literally
mad
got
about
it.
the loss of beer than filling it on his book.
Listen,
I just
the
find it
notebook is
hilarious
fine.
that
I have a dozen of these notebooks. They're $12 on Amazon.
I just find it hilarious that Spike, the cat boy bartender, followed his cat instincts to knock over something today.
Not the beer. I was like, this shouldn't be on the table. Fuck off.
Makes direct
Ugh.
eye contact. Well,
Okay.
what are you
all
gonna
right.
do about this?
All right, let's see here. But no, so and if we really want to get fancy, there's an entire island dedicated to wine brewing or wine making. I don't know what it's what the technical term is. And if you get bored of drinking wine above ground, you can literally go in a cave and have wine inside the cave.
That is
wine tasting.
It's wine
Oh,
making, beer brewing, and
I
spirit
enjoy a good
distilling.
glass of wine, but I have to be very in like a mood for wine. I have to be in a very
Oh.
particular bitchy ass mood.
I drink like 4 times a year at most, and it's almost always on holiday.
For what is that holiday? Fucking in February. What is it called? Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day.
Jesus Christ, I'm bad at
Yeah.
this. My wife got us tickets to a wine tasting.
Oh, lovely.
The wine tasting was like 1950s themed, and it was a murder mystery wine tasting.
Ooh,
So you
that's
had to like
fun.
help. I'm like, this is the greatest thing anyone has ever gotten me for a holiday ever.
That is very good.
Okay,
I'm delighted.
Sounds lovely.
mess is cleaned up. I think.
Proud of you.
Yes. Mess is cleaned up. There's still some beer in my cup, so I don't need to top off my drink, and I'm back. I just need to let
Do you need to talk about your
Oh my
trauma,
fucking god.
or do you
No,
think you'll survive?
I'll survive.
I am mad at
Okay.
myself.
Yeah.
There's people
Hey,
around that care about you
I
that
would have
are here to help.
never guessed that book I am so mad at myself.
Oh, the cookbook I
Oh, you
sent in
saw-
Discord?
Yeah, I'm mad.
Yeah.
Arden has
Yeah.
a collection of a lot of
I
novelty
do.
that
I
very
do. I have
You
World
have
of War.
more than we can list right now.
Well, I have World of Warcraft. I have Street Fighter. I have Animal Crossing. I have
don't
Alice in
he's listing
Wonderland.
them anyway.
Yeah, why don't we get back to the game?
I'm sorry.
I don't
Hello.
think she has
I
the
bring myself.
Necronomicon.
I would love to have that book, respectfully.
I do
I
have
would.
the Necronomicon.
Nom nom
Oh, is
nom.
it good? Is it good?
It's good. It's good. It's good. I like it.
Okay.
I have a
Oh,
Moomin comfort food.
oh, I forgot.
On
I also have the Heroes Feast from the multiverse.
nice.
I know I
The only
ended up
one that
purchasing the Necronomicon for one of my wives.
I know
Yeah.
that
The One Piece one.
the one that no one ever expects me to have, and like my buddy judges me for it every time he looks at my cookbook shelf, is the Downton Abbey cookbook. I'm like, you shut the hell up. That's an amazing cookbook.
You could
As I
have blood
said,
pudding
I
then.
actually want to get the One Piece cookbook, if I'm truly honest. It's
The
one
One
I've
Piece
been really
cookbook.
wanting. Anywho, shall we
Only
continue
if the
on?
One Piece cookbook has the giant like sack of meat that Luffy's always eating.
Oh
It
yes,
does.
it does.
On a different
Fantastic.
note, let us return back to the game.
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to distract everybody.
It's okay.
No, it's
I
perfectly
distract
fine. It gave me
myself.
enough chances to eat more than enough of my wings and be happy.
Perfect.
I love them.
All
Anyway,
about.
I walk over to Capri, the second place winner.
Capri is heavily indulging in a hearty bowl of the chili he made. Clearly, this is okay to him, regardless of how hot it is.
Orc spice hits different.
He's
Pepper
just gonna
walks
walk.
back to you as well there, Capri, and hands you some of the items. She is holding the cauldron with 2 hands, and inside are all the other items. So as soon as she puts it
Capri
down, she
will
starts handing you the items. Or
he
just
will
the item, the dust of deliciousness, and then picks up the
he
cauldron
will
again.
he'll look over the items after handing her the bowl that he was currently indulging in of the chili, so that if she wants, she can indulge in some of the chili.
That's a con save.
Try it.
It's the same bowl that you were eating from?
Yeah,
Yeah, she immediately trusts that if you're eating from that bowl, that it's a safe bowl to eat from. So she starts eating from the chili as well.
yeah. And he'll kind of be looking over the items when Alucard approaches.
He's just gonna. Sorry, my brain is not working tonight. He
It
is just gonna
happens.
walk up and say, "I hear you're the person to speak about maybe joining your roster on the tavern."
Capri will kind of lean up from kind of looking inside of this cauldron and look you up and down. I suppose you'd be right in that kind of accord. I guess introductions. Why don't we start there first before up and do any sort of hiring and such?
Oh, my apologies. Alucard Threeport.
Pepper
At your service.
immediately speaks up between Alucard and Capri and says, Pepper, this is my dad.
Ah,
Capri. Oh God, roll for heart attack, Capri.
you're my dad. Boogie.
Boogie oogie oogie.
I'm rolling wisdom to see if I shed a tear. I fucking shed a tear.
You emotionally almost break. the amount of quiet, slowly understanding of just how protective you've been over Pepper, and Pepper realizing that you are a very good support. Plus the fact that you just handed her, like, the other half of your meal. You're sharing the same bowl. She now counts you as family, and the only family member that she can't think of having is a father. So when she immediately says out loud, with conviction, with so much confidence, I'm Pepper, this is my dad. It
Yeah.
hurts.
Pretty
Alucard's just
wholeheartedly, it'll be like out of one of the eyes, it is bawling, and the other's trying to hold in tears, but he still looks to Alucard with a hearty smile. He's like, and I am Capri Aquari. I guess you could say one of the few owners of said Starfall Sanctuary. I guess I would be in charge of the hiring, as it were. I'm a good judge of people, I'd like to think. What all up do you specialize in, friend? You cook, you serve, you do merc work.
well, I'm very charismatic, darling. So I'm good with people.
Well, to be
Mhm.
fair, that's always
Paladin for that.
Good with people? Okay.
What? Everybody who's not you guys
According to himself.
I will happily roll a fucking deception, you fucking.
Roll that deception then.
Fucking try it.
16.
Okay, roll an insight there, Capri.
sure. Okay. Here,
Pepper will
here
also
goes.
roll an insight.
Disadvantage.
Girls are fine.
It's a
Pepper rolled an
it's a
insight
12 from.
too.
I just giggle because I feel like a Capri should have had a little bit of a disadvantage because he's just so.
He's already rolling terrible. It's fine.
He's
His
having a
rolls have been
moment.
rough tonight. Let him have it.
Capri,
Well.
you are starting to believe Alucard's story of being a good conversationalist. Pepper, upon hearing the slight waver to his voice, looks up at Alucard, looks over at her father, realizes her father is crying, and steps in front of him.
Oh, Dad.
She is now staring full force at Alucard and in front of her father, and she's like, "Did you make him cry?"
I'm gonna wholeheartedly pat her on the shoulder as she stands before me, and just I'm gonna make one more save to see if Capri's gonna try and save face, or if he's gonna just straight up blurt it out. Okay, he's
Save
gonna
face.
save face as much as he can. Um, he's going to look to her and show one of his hands that would be covered in spice, and just be like, I'm sorry, kiddo. I got some of the spice in my eye.
I want to point out that my little ginger cat has now decided to start
Please
vigorously trying
roll
to
for
lick
me a
the parts on the
deception there,
table
Capri.
where the beer's spilled.
No! Can't a
So,
man have some
the-
pride?
I'm gonna roll terribly. I know it. I just
She meets it.
fuck.
She's
knows
willing.
what's up.
She's willing to believe maybe it's the spice, but based on the fact that the hand you're showing her was the hand that you were using to eat with, and you just handed her the bowl, she's pretty certain you haven't just rubbed your eye within the last second.
She
Turns
knows
out the
Santa isn't real, but she's playing along because she knows it makes you happy.
turns out the best detective on our team is fucking Pepper.
I'm so
Damn.
proud of this kid.
I love
So
how she's a rogue, and yet she's proving like she's way too intuitive.
It's quite lovely that we now have two roguish people in our party.
That's too many.
Capri will take a moment and he'll look to her. To be fair, having somebody who can be a bit of a hype man for bringing people in is never a problem. If you're as good as you say, I think we could probably bring you on a bit of a trial.
Yeah.
And if you can manage to bring folks in enough, then we'll put you on the team.
Do I know that Pepper doesn't believe me?
Pepper's keeping her eyes fully locked on you. She has a look
Okay.
on her face that she does not trust anything you're about to say or anything you have said.
Can I try and redeem this by rolling a persuasion by saying, well, from what I gather, you seem to be a few hands short these days. You could use all the help you could need.
Well, the help you can get.
So can I roll persuasion on that?
Sure.
Fuck me.
Later.
She still doesn't quite believe you, as you haven't proven that your earlier deception of being someone who can talk themselves up or talk up a area or group or even in this case a tavern to a bunch of people. The only thing she
Didn't
knows
work on
is
her.
yeah, they do require additional hands, especially since one set of hands is no longer with them. So even though she is full on staring you down, she's not stopping you from saying what you're trying to say.
Oh, also, I completely forgot about this because it's not just a tavern. From what I hear, you all go on quests that involve a lot of fighting, it seems, and I'm quite good at fighting.
Can't be worse than the last guy.
Spike who says that behind me, we just hear it in the distance.
And then you sneeze, and it shall be your laugh.
Capri will feel a bit of a wrench at, like a wrench in his heart at that. It's just like, oh, that my buddy is gone, but I'm gonna hold strong.
But he's just gonna cry his eyes out when we get back to the tavern.
As soon as we get back, he's just gonna go to a room and just break down.
I've got to go check the basement. And then just
What, you never heard a grown orc cry before?
But yeah, Capri has essentially laid out an offer, and that offer is if you know, on a trial basis, if you can manage to show results in bringing people in, he's willing to put in the word to hire you into the crew.
Oh, absolutely, darling.
I
I
love how I
like that
set
he
up this
sounds
map.
absolutely morally
He's neutral.
This is my new.
neutral, which means anything.
Hold on, Chief. We can't have more than one chaotic evil character in the. I mean, lawful good character in the party.
He's,
Don't lie
Uh-huh.
to us, honey.
No,
I
he's
think
just
he put,
neutral,
he's lawful neutral.
lawful neutral.
he put one too many L's in that word. It's awfully neutral.
Awfully neutral.
What makes a man go neutral?
I'm not chaotic evil. I'm chaotic stupid.
I mean,
I thought that was a phrase for the entire time. It is not.
But anyway, Arlo
But yeah,
walks over and says, "Good show, my friend," as he pats
Good
you,
stuff.
Capri, on the back.
I'll turn to look to Arlo. Arlo's, if I remember right, Arlo's the one who runs the other tavern, right?
Yep.
Have we met before?
I
Like
think
No.
not we as in me, but we as in tavern.
No.
the only people who would have even remotely seen these guys would have been
It would have been
Dragoni and Misty.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll look to Arlo and kind of reach out a hand to shake. Much obliged, little bud. Always happy to have a healthy competition.
He shakes
I
your
thought to
hand and
make
says,
some
"It is indeed quite a good plan to have a healthy competition, not only between like-minded souls, but also between taverns."
Sorry, who are you?
Misty is nowhere near here, so Misty doesn't
No, I
really
know.
get to say no.
she
Yes,
Listen,
I am
Misty's having an
joking,
emotional
out of
breakdown that
character.
she needs to hurry up and get over because
Oh
Spike
my
was already
god.
tired of the crying noise.
Name's Arlo Kettletoe.
Capri Aquari. It's a pleasure,
Arlo
bud.
Camel Toe? That's a weird name.
Kettle toe? Also weird.
Camel Toe.
Kettletoe.
That's a strange medical condition. Sounds severe.
The dwarvish woman walks over, and he says, "This here is my wife, Torja Stonecrusher. She's a beaut, isn't she?"
I
Don't
believe she could
what a name.
Yeah. Capri will look to the dwarven woman, giving a hearty smile, put the hand out for a handshake.
At this
Pleasure to
point,
meet
Pepper
you,
is
ma'am.
literally gone from in front of you, side of you, to now right behind you.
Yeah. Yeah. Without batting an eye at it all going on, he's gonna put his hand out for a handshake to the dwarven woman.
Dwarven woman reaches out and takes your hand and says, "Yes, it's quite lovely to meet."
That's Faye!
He he will say in the midst of a handshake. Don't mean this to sound hefty if it does, but you really know how to pack away that bread there, ma'am. That must have been a good loaf.
Question.
She grips your hand a
So
little tighter than a normal handshake and says, "Yes, we dwarfs tend to have a very good appetite."
Rose, do
I'm
I have
sure
salt
you.
on me?
Oh my
Did
god!
you take any of the
What
salt
is your
from your
plan
table?
to salt her right in front of you?
I mean, we would have had salt and stuff at our cooking stations.
Can you
Did you
pick up the
take the
salt
salt
rock?
from your table?
Also, Autumn has a thing of salt lamb
Well,
A lamb of salt.
with spider goo
Spike
on it.
walks back to his table to grab a bit of salt and returns.
Yeah,
During
she
this
was
time,
talking
there
to
is still a full
Faye in character.
during this time there's still a full conversation going on. So Spike walks past and behind Pepper. Great.
I
Before
noticed
returning, Capri can say about two full sentences. At which point,
yeah,
Spike will then return to the conversation.
Capri, honestly, like with a face that screams, "I am too dumb to think anything else of this. This is normal." I gotta ask, seeing as you packed that away, what kind of loaf was that? Like, we talking like garlic loaf, whole wheat? Like, I gotta ask if it was that delicious. I'm curious.
My husband makes a wonderful 7-spice loaf. We use quite a few different spices.
7.
Ooh, 7 spice. That's pretty wild. Good job, brother.
There you are.
Autumn's just chilling, just like
Feywild!
I love how the only joke that comes up is because Misty has been in the tavern all of once and saw the Feywild. The tavern is in the Feywild, except no one else has gone to the tavern to confirm.
That's fine. It's an out of character joke.
I don't need to see the Feywild to know that a woman who can unhinge her jaw and shove a whole loaf of
Frankly
bread
impressive.
is first. Well, I mean, okay. First off, yes, frankly impressive. Second, someone get that woman a movie contract. Third,
this was
that's
the one
that's
bottle of
you a damn
cider.
witch.
Arler
This is the one I
responds
just
to the compliments
But
to his bread
needs a good
and says, "Why, thank you
It
kindly.
smells good.
I also would like to compliment you on your use of the spice pouch that you were using throughout the entire cooking competition." Had you
to
not
roast.
had that, I
don't know.
might have gotten one over on you.
I
Real
mean, to be
quick, roast.
fair, I would be more than happy to hand over some of them spices, but I'll
You've
admit,
now returned to the conversation, Spike.
Well, so you may have noticed I went around the conversation. I was slowly sprinkling salt on the ground.
Okay,
Very
you
slow.
sprinkle a circle of salt on the ground.
You're in a salt.
Sleight of hand that. Sleight of hand that.
Please, yeah, sleight of hand that, because otherwise, you walk around in a full circle with a bag of salt in hand and are sprinkling it on the ground.
No,
Not
I'm not
only do
being
He's just
your
stealthy
doing. He's
about
competitor,
doing
it.
it with full confidence.
okay,
Like
you do this in full sight of everyone.
Fuck!
Not only
He has
does
no
Arlo
fear.
notice, Torja notices, Pepper notices, Capri, would you notice as Spikeu,
Sorry,
the
this is how I greet my new friends.
6'3" dragonborn paladin, walks past you holding a small pouch of salt and sprinkling it as he walks around you.
Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not explaining this correctly. What
He
I'm
doesn't make
actually
friends
doing
very well.
is the bag of salt is down by my hip. There is a hole in the bottom of it that I'm letting the salt drain from, and I'm walking around everybody, kind of just doing a
That
circle.
is still incredibly
All right.
suspicious behavior.
Roll me a
Okay.
stealth then, because if you're doing this out in the open, guess who else is here? You got the
Everyone.
Evergreens, you have the Silver Eyes, you have Evelyn, Lord Ingram, Sabrina, both Lawrence, and the pawnbroker, who are within clear view of the possible side that you could be pouring salt out of. Or, if you're pouring the salt out of the other side, once again, the whole entire group you've surrounded in this quote-unquote salt ring can see it clearly. Also, your sleight of hand is 6 and your stealth is 5. Everyone notices anyway.
In his defense, this was a cooking competition, not a friend competition.
In his defense,
Yeah,
yes, that's
okay.
true.
I
But
So
also,
is anybody going to say anything to me?
Right. So what's
I
this
will
Yeah.
give
again?
like a
The dish is
happy like
fair.
Pepper's
he
immediately
does
gonna
like that
notice the salt circle and be
sigh.
like, that is a waste of salt.
Oh shit! I
Capri,
didn't notice my salt bag was leaking. Thanks for pointing it out, Pepper. I appreciate you.
It's excellent.
Do you even really need to roll?
Arlo takes note of your salt bag pouring out, but he doesn't actually give two shits. He is a little bit more interested in the conversation. Torja notices your salt bag starting to pour out. She doesn't give two shits and continues the conversation.
The miner is crying watching all this salt poured on the floor.
Alucard,
Capri
how
is
do you
too
feel
distracted
about
by
the
the
salt?
compliment.
Well, first, I'd like to know, is it
Hi.
like what's this salt check-in, Spikeu? Just because I'm not.
Look, the
one
Fae
of the-
can't cross salt. Okay, that's how it works.
Well, I'm
Is that
fucked then.
like in D&D?
That is
I'm
not within
fucked.
D&D.
I don't know, man. I
'Cause
saw it
I'm
on
pre-
Supernatural.
Yeah, that is not within D&D. As
Which is
much
so-
fun as it would be to throw in supernatural understandings of how
So all of
Fae
this
and
was for
stuff,
naught.
this does not actually prevent any Fae, although Spike believes, because Spike is a Dragonborn, that salt will prevent Fae. So Spike will continue to pour salt in a circle.
No, I'm done. They pointed it out to me. I gotta cover it up like it was an accident. Can't let the Fae know, otherwise they'll come after you.
They'll be on to you.
Also, Spikeu, I am fair technically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
he's
will-
Then why the
Eldrin.
fuck did you just take a? Why the fuck did you just take an alt color of Drizzt?
he's an
Listen,
Eldrin.
It's a summer Eldrin.
Yeah, he's an Eldrin. Yeah.
Yeah. If
Eldrins go by season.
I
Well,
could
that's
get a picture
unfortunate
of
for you.
the Eldrin, then I could be able to zoom in on the face so you could see he's basically a summer elf.
Yeah.
They get different abilities based on what season they are, and they can change their season. That's what's.
Now,
Eldrin
can-
are a step down from the Fae in the sense of they've lived in the Feywild for a innumerable amount of time, so they are technically Fae beings.
Yeah, but
Instead
he's
of
still
just
just an
being
elf.
He looks
not
Wait,
bound to the
do
same
you
mold.
step on the salt circle?
I
Looks
have a
like an elf.
question.
What?
I have a question. So I know certain spells, if you use them, whoever you use them on knows that you use them. Is that the same with Detect Thought?
Detect thought
It'll
only
tell you
is
what
identified
the
if you dig
components
deeper.
are.
Yeah, but would the person I use it on know that I used it?
Well, it depends. So,
If you dig deeper with detect thoughts, the target will know, but if you don't do the dig deep, but instead just go for surface thoughts, the target will not know.
it is VSM, so vocal somatic material. So you're
I'm-
doing a hand thing and a vocal.
I'm gonna do
Detect
Detect Thoughts on
thoughts.
Spaiku.
For
Just so
duration,
I
you
Okay,
can
can figure
read
out
the
why
thoughts
he's
of a
doing
certain creatures. When you cast a spell, and as your action on each turn until the spell ends, you can focus your mind on any one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. If the creature has an intelligence of 3 or lower and doesn't speak any languages, the creature is not affected. Spaiku, what is your intelligence?
Oh, my int is 12.
Okay. So you're affected by this spell. You initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature, what's on its mind, what is most on its mind at that moment. So at that moment, you do hear Spike's thought of, if I just pour the salt in a circle, that'll keep the Fae inside the circle.
Do you comedically step on the salt?
I mean, is he picking up my surface thoughts, or is he thinking about what I'm actually thinking about?
The surface
Just-
thoughts.
It's the surface
Which
thoughts of the
is
creature.
exactly
What's
what you do right now.
most on its mind at that moment?
Okay, well, I'm going to
You're
send
walking
you.
around with salt in a
Here you
circle.
go. Here you go, Oni. This is what you hear.
You send him
What
music?
did you send?
You send him music? Really?
Oh
Okay, that
no.
might be your mind, but that's definitely not your character's mind.
I can't listen to that because it might be copyright. So,
Copyright, yeah. But okay, so
as an action,
I've-
you can either shift your attention to another creature or attempt to probe deeper into the same creature's mind. If
I'm
you
not
probe
gonna-
deeper,
I'm
the
not-
target must make a saving throw.
I'm not probing deeper because I already know like why he's doing this. Instead, I'm gonna use Awakened Mind. Choose one creature you can see within 30 feet. You and the chosen creature can communicate with each other while the two of you are within 4 miles. To understand each other, you must mentally share a language. The telepathic connection lasts for 4 minutes and ends early if you use this ability to form a connection with another creature. I'm just gonna use this and just say to him in my head, darling, that doesn't work on
Wait,
phase.
how are you talking to him?
I have the great old one because I'm a warlock, which comes with Awakened Mind, which basically
Oh,
is
no.
like, which is basically like
Yeah.
message.
Yeah, it's message for saturation, and yeah,
All
it's
right.
literally meant.
Spike, you hear this voice in your head say, that doesn't work on phase. Do you believe that is the voice of a fae in the vicinity, or do you believe that is the voice of your god?
I mean, he talked to me, so he knows
I mean,
my
it
voice.
definitely doesn't sound like her, so no.
We literally
Wow,
talked.
Tiamat, you sound different.
Actually, that's a serious question. Do I recognize his voice?
Roll me a wisdom.
That's saving throws. Hold on. You want this one?
Oh,
You do not recognize his voice. Oh, whoa. Goodness. Uh, no, you really don't. Wow, both of them are twos. Oh, shit.
An unnatural one.
The most
I don't
unnatural of
even-
ones.
supernatural one if you if you think about it.
Abomination of nature.
You're starting to believe there's a chance that the voice in your head might be your god.
God?
This is nice.
Yes, your
Well-
god calls you darling.
Girly,
Well,
is that
I would literally just go over to Capri, be like, Capri, we need to go.
there's weird
We
vibes
need to
here.
go right now. The vibes are off.
I mean,
We need
Capri
to leave
has
the
no
function. Dad, say that I have to go home now.
He rolled a nat
Yep.
1 on his vibe check.
Capri has no reason to really,
You rolled a
distrust
natural one.
Haiku
That
in this
one would be
kind of
red.
situation. So if he believes that something's up enough for us to leave, Capri's gonna be like, It's a pleasure going up against y'all. I'm gonna take my leave and get this thing back to the tavern before it ends up taking up too much space here. And he's gonna kind of heft the cauldron up and over his shoulder by the handle.
Spike, do you
Alucard,
take your
would you wish me
cauldron
to
as
follow?
well? And how do you hold your
Yes, I
cauldron?
do. I pick it up in front of me. I'm holding it in front of me like I'm a fat guy nursing a beer belly.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Yes.
ask Spike. I'm gonna ask Capri as he's walking away. Would you like me to follow you back?
Would you kindly
Might as
allow
well
me to
go
join
ahead
you?
and might as well follow back so you at least know what you're up in advertising for us.
Good
Other way,
plan,
Spike.
boss.
Correct way, Spike. Good job.
Spike didn't know where he's going.
We gotta go.
Yeah, you walk past Autumn and
Places
say, "We
turn.
gotta go." As Spike
followed me.
runs, Spike bolts.
So wait, Spike tells Autumn that we have to go?
Yeah, and then you see him
I just
bolt.
say it as I'm casually passing by.
And behind him from a distance, mostly just kind of sauntering, is Capri with his cauldron over his shoulder.
Alright. Autumn will, in the nicest way, she'll be like, I do apologize. I must take my leave, but please do not hesitate to find me if you want some company. She says to all of the judges, and then we'll head off.
What kind of is she
Cool.
offering?
Pepper is going to speak to Lucy and Henry before you guys leave. She's going to mention that if Lucy needs any help clearing the tables, just to let her know, and Pepper will be back here. Lucy does immediately let her know that the tables being set up was already too much work, and then also having to provide water for Lord Ingram every 5 minutes while he micromanaged her was a bit too much. So
Love
Pepper
that guy.
sticks behind and says, I'm gonna help out here.
Do you want an extra hand, Pepper and Lucy?
Lucy immediately looks over towards you there, Autumn, and says, It would be lovely, but it is not required, my lady.
Oh no, please, I insist. So Autumn will stay behind and help the two girls clean up.
Okay.
Capri will, due to my class and stuff, he's gonna hand off a kind of elaborately stitched cloth to Pepper. Here, use this if when cleaning up and such. It'll get things done the first time quick as a lick. It's a little magic, I guess you could call it. Basically, I'm gonna hand her the cloth I use for my version of prestidigitation.
Alright. She will gladly accept the help from you.
That will allow her to use prestidigitation as long as she's got it. Seeing as artificer's a weird class.
Fusion.
Cool. Olivia, right before you leave, does grab a hold of you. She manages to write down to her mom, am going with Green Man. Food
Hoping
needed.
that-
Be back soon? Question mark. Lucy says, yeah, that's okay. And Olivia then goes with you.
All right. How old is Olivia again? She's like 6 or 7.
She is about, I think she's around 8 years old.
8 3/4.
So she's pretty tiny.
She is small enough to not only fit into the cauldron of plenty, but also she is very much able to crawl onto your shoulders and just sit there.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the cauldron down for her to climb into, and then I will hold it over my shoulder, like on my back, as if it was a backpack, so that she can ride in the cauldron while I walk.
She does climb into the cauldron.
All right,
Oh
kiddo.
no, this kid's
We're going on a venture.
the kid's gonna get turned into soup.
Only works with liquid.
Also,
Only
I
works
just
with
Some
liquid.
whiskey is 90% liquid.
I
He's
just noticed
going
the
in the
bug's
soup.
HP is wrong, Rose.
Yeah, I know. I
Okay.
set everybody up before she molted, so. Anyways, we move back on over to the tavern.
Now we're back where the important stuff happens, like alcoholism.
Mhm.
Yum 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 yum. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Never gonna run around.
Sorry, I saw a meme where it was just the QR codes for that song, and I'm like, I kind of want to get them, and then literally just put them all over my work for the meme.
Do it.
No, but then I'll get in trouble. I work with kids, so I can't. I don't want parents to potentially find that and be like, "Oh,
That you're
what is
rickrolling
this?"
in 2025, the year of our Lord.
Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Rick Astley.
Yes.
All right. Everyone has moved over back to the tavern.
Group meeting. Calling for a group meeting. Everybody get in here.
Well, yeah.
On the trip back here, could I have asked Capri about what happened to their companion? Since all I got was he ran into bad luck from Spike.
I mean, if you actually want to ask Capri that, he gives you a bit of a grim look, and just simply says, he met an untimely end. And too soon, if you ask me, brother.
He's gonna apologize for his loss, and he had no idea. He had very little information about this.
It's alright, man. Nobody saw it coming. It was just a fluke accident. He didn't know it was gonna happen. It is what it is. But anyway, group meeting.
Might
I
I
need everybody
note-
here right now.
Might I note real quickly that the only person who knew about Oni's death, or Dragoni's death, was everybody at the tavern, and then Lillian.
I mean, I'm just assuming Lillian's the one who told Oni and is also the one who is currently employing him after you said she was the bad guy last time.
I never said she was the bad guy.
I mean, you implied it pretty heavily.
I said no such thing that she was any bad guy.
I mean, Okay.
You smelled of grave dirt and
Yeah.
morning lilies.
She
To be fair, I
smells.
assumed she was the bad guy from the start, honestly, but that's just me.
She smells
And then
evil.
Anna was like, Nami.
She smells evil. I never said she was the bad guy.
It's called Autumn poisoned herself with the bad guy.
Speaking of, where's Autumn? This is a group meeting. I need everybody here. This is important. This is emergency.
Autumn stayed behind to help clean.
Damn it. Okay. Capri, I know we left kind of early, but I think that dwarf lady we were talking to, she might be some sort of psychic fae.
Okay. Psychic fae.
Given the
Yes.
fact that we're both
Let me explain.
would I
Let me explain.
recognize that?
You're standing right next to me.
right
You hear
there.
me saying. So let me explain. First off, I did a circle assault, which everybody knows Faye can't cross. And
Everyone
then all of
knows
a
that.
sudden, all of a sudden, I
Everyone
got a
knows
voice.
Faye can't cross. Everyone roll me history. Except for Oni's character, Alucard, you don't need to.
Yeah, because he is fair.
Oh, do I need to? Wait, I'm not here.
You're
You're
not
not
here.
there.
I think
I'm not
it's
there
just me and
either.
Capri. I think
Yep.
it's just me and Capri.
I'm gonna roll it anyway, just so it's like if I roll low, it's like wait, I can't.
If I'm
Okay.
if I'm proficient in
God
like
damn
things
it.
like
Die.
if I'm
Go ahead.
proficient in things like
Since
alchemist
when?
supplies and whatnot, um, could I potentially add my proficiency to this roll, considering like I understand how salt can be used,
Um,
or is this more like based on Fey knowledge?
this is more based on Fey knowledge. Spike's going off
Alright.
of his amount of Fey knowledge.
All right, I
Of
will
which,
roll. It was
uh,
history.
with a 9, he has very, very little Fey knowledge. It's history, yeah.
Is it? Okay, let's see if this works. That's a 16.
Yeah, you have a feeling that maybe salt might not be the right seasoning to prevent Fey. You're not even certain what
Allspice.
Spike was really trying to do with a salt circle in the first place.
Listen, the point is, after I made the circle of salt, someone tried to psychically invade my mind by putting suggestions that it wasn't going to work. And that is a lie. Because salt does
Okay, darling.
50%.
Put a
Did you just
circle
say?
of salt around me.
Hold on. I would like to roll to see if I ping off the fact that he said darling again.
Well, yeah.
Sure.
What would I
experiment
roll
was
on that,
joking.
Rose?
Wisdom.
Deception. Wisdom, never mind.
Stop making me roll wisdom. It's like my lowest stat.
Keep making
Well,
him roll
maybe you should
wisdom.
not meeting your
Well,
dumb stat.
apparently, with a net 20 minus 1 making it a 19, yeah, you immediately ping off of the fact him saying darling and think, wait a minute.
Wait a minute,
Wait
who are
a
you?
minute. Hold on.
He's in
Time
the
out.
room with us right now.
Time out. That's also what the stupid voice said.
Darling, I thought you knew.
No, that's not how psychic bullshit works.
We had an interaction. How did you not recognize my voice?
Because voices don't sound the same in your head as they do outside because the air molecules change the way the voice sounds in
Oh,
your
God.
ears.
Yeah? Does he know all of that?
Oh my god.
Please tell me he's got to roll like persuasion on this line of fucking logic that he's writing on.
Capri's just looking at you as you explain this, and he's just got that dad squint of, yeah.
Yeah, Olivia's listening to this entire conversation and she's starting to think that use of words was like you just cast some sort of magic fucking spell. Oh,
I mean,
goodness.
can I roll against the Arcana with my persuasion?
You it's Arcana, so I'm confused as to why they're using Arcana, as Arcana is for
I mean,
magic.
he tried to describe a way that magic screws with the voice if it's inside your head. And considering Capri is technically a caster with like having to build things that cast, he's just like, is this how this actually is? Am I crazy? So he was thinking like
With
of the
Arcana, you can tell that how he's pronouncing it, how he's saying this, does sound similar to how some wizards describe certain amounts of magic, but also he just said that in such a science way that it doesn't really mesh in your mind. Alucard, you came from the fucking Feywild. This never meshed in your mind.
No, but I thought it'd be fun.
That's fine. Listen. You could have
But if
said
it was
the words.
objectively funny,
Alucard,
You could have said the words out loud, and
the
then I could have
Feywild,
removed.
the Feywild is so not scientific and so filled with magic and whimsy that if you
Big
tried to
whimsy,
describe anything as possibly scientific, it would change. Like if you were to walk into the Feywild and say, "Ah, I see gravity's working today," it would stop.
Mhm. that do
Just
be
to
big
spite you,
whimsy.
of course.
Just to
Just to
spite.
spite you.
Yeah,
Make
just
them
because you
biscuit.
said. Come on, you had to
Little hand biscuit.
remove gravity.
I'm making biscuit.
Or it would work too well, and you would end up flat on the floor because gravity said "fuck you" in particular. Or maybe, just maybe, if you said that, a hole would open underneath your feet and you would be falling for centuries.
Straight to hell. Gravity style.
But Spike, feel free to roll your persuasion.
Feel free to roll that persuasion now. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I had to check with my wife to see how much pain meds I could take. Give me 1 second. Where is persuasion? There it is.
Okay, what do we roll combat?
This is
Insight?
persuasion. So it would be a charisma save.
Charisma save.
Oh.
Okay.
Insight is
Oh,
for
God.
He's a warlock.
deceptions. This is a charisma save.
Oh,
to
okay. Well,
see
now
if
I'm
your
less
views are
worried.
changed.
I
Okay.
can't win this even if I roll well.
Capri said even if I get a nat 20.
I'm gonna have Olivia
got it.
also roll a charisma, but because she can't speak, she has a -2. So she got a 2. Yeah, her world is changed, her mind is blown.
Unnatural 0.
Literally the only way I could have beaten that is with a nat 20, and that's a it meets it beats situation.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
an insane roll.
Yeah, my persuasion and intimidations are stupid high.
Capri,
But no, so I come in, I'm like,
the words that came out of Spiku's mouth made sense. Maybe not in the most magical of senses, but it made way too much sense for some reason. And if you looked over at Olivia, you would see her mind is just blown. She's just sitting there like a child looking around like
Soon again.
I like to think
sir.
that I like
Good
to think
sir.
that
Go ahead,
Alucard
you
believes I'd like to think that Alucard believes that
Right there.
this is true within his own head, but isn't true for most people.
Good sir, did you not see the dwarf open her mouth massively? I assumed she was some sort of cursed fey monster. You could have at least told me you were using psychic bullshit magic.
He's also a cursed family.
Well, I couldn't say it out loud, darling, and I was trying to be subtle.
It's usually more
You can-
civilized to call them people.
No, we don't call them people because they aren't. Listen, you need to tell me these things before we have unnecessary panic attacks. That's what happened to the last guy.
whoops.
Capri starts crying again.
Did you give my son a little glimpse?
Darling, I was just trying to help.
No,
I mean,
and I appreciate that, but in the future, you gotta give me a heads up when you're doing psychic shit.
okay, from now on, whenever I talk to you in your mind, I shall say, "Hey, it's Alucard."
This is
How's
an
it going?
agreeable solution to this problem.
Hey, what?
I heard that before.
I
Did you
agree
take
to
the
this
last
solution.
name Threepwood from Guy Threepwood?
No,
Guybrush?
I just searched up names that were
Guybrush Threepwood.
summer elf, so I remember that he's.
Fair
Don't
enough.
you worry. It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
It was because Ed suggested.
It was because I suggested it, yeah, but I had no idea where it's coming from.
Hey, out of curiosity, it's been like 3 hours and no one's bothered to check to see if Misty's still a psychopath.
I would say, because I didn't want to interrupt you guys as you were kind of doing that back and forth.
It's technically
Capri
been
would.
a week, and we have not checked on if Misty's still a psychopath.
Oh god,
Well, I
is she
mean-
gonna be dead in the room?
Capri left meals and like little notes each day at her door, so
They've
you
been
know.
disappearing.
I would assume that she has been eating.
Yeah. So I
Yeah,
think
Spike, go check on her.
when they all come back, well, Spike, who is essentially blowing the mind out of this, out of Alucard and changing the worldview of this child, Capri is going to go up with a bowl of his chili and a loaf of garlic bread to go up to Misty's room. And for the first time in a week, because he is a respectful dad, instead of just leaving it there, he is going to knock gently and ask, "Hey, Misty, you in there? You okay?"
Capri, you're doing it wrong. You're
You
knocking
got headphones
because you
on, playing
respect
My
their
Chemical
privacy,
Romance.
but you're coming in anyway because you're the parent.
Yeah, I'm in here. She's not answering if she's all right.
Hi, Liz.
Oh, you switched rooms, Misty.
Oh, I've switched.
Um,
I have no idea.
You're not in the room that we were sharing.
Oh, I don't know. That's where I was
Oh.
placed. I didn't.
Well, it's kind of hard
I
to
didn't
share a
know that.
room when the
Yeah.
person you're intending to share it with
Yeah.
is no longer with you.
Yeah, man, damn shame that. Anyway,
Like, if I were to walk into my bedroom and my boyfriend or husband had just died that day, the answer is I would not be walking
Yeah.
into
Frog
our
sleeping in
shared
another
bedroom.
room.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
be sleeping somewhere else. That's why I put her in a different room, because I'm like, I don't think you want to be back into this double bedroom.
Yeah. I'm gonna assume no. Yeah.
I
Good
would
call.
argue that Misty. I would argue that Misty would go into that room so she could continue to smell the smell of him on the pillow and the blankets.
That's what I was thinking too, Spike. Same brain.
I would assume maybe she
Oh.
steals a pillow from that room that still has his scent, maybe, but I wouldn't
It's been
be.
a week. She's been between the rooms, settled in.
Yeah.
He's been between the sheets.
oh, it's in the kitchen.
I see what you did there.
Plotting Spikey's death.
Yeah.
So
Capri
if
goes in.
Misty responds,
Yep.
Capri is just gonna kind of quietly say, "I'm coming in," and he's gonna try to open the door to head in. Is it locked?
Is it locked?
Is it? No. Yeah,
Does it
you
say?
can go in.
Does it have a glyph of warding on it?
No.
He'll enter in. In one hand is a tray with a hearty meal and a stein of drink, and he just kind of, "Hey, uh, I I ain't gonna pry on how you feeling and such, but I did at least bring you a meal, make sure you're okay in all the other ways." And he'll just
Thank.
kind of bring the meal over to the table there.
Thank you for looking out for me. It's I did. I've certainly been better.
Is
Hey.
she still crawling up there?
Go fuck
Yeah.
off.
Yeah. Gabriel kind of he has a little bit of a solemn look. "Sorry, I couldn't do much. I tried seeing if maybe there was some spare coinage as such that maybe we could find somebody who could bring them back, but
Yeah, Alucard's just dancing around. Oh my goodness.
No, he's wandering. He's in a new place, so he's
Wandering
just
the
looking around.
hallways. He hears a very tense conversation.
To be fair, yeah, can I roll stealth so I could listen in on the conversation?
You're gonna have to roll stealth anyway. You decided to walk up the stairs while I'm pretty certain Spike was still talking to you. Unless you
Well, I
distracted
wasn't.
Spike with Olivia.
Well,
That was
so
pretty
let's.
distracting.
I wasn't trying
That
to
was.
sneak around though. I was just looking.
All right, go my little criminal. Be
It's only
free.
now that I want to be sneaky.
Wow. You forgot about my love, dude.
Okay,
I'm
well,
sorry, hon.
if you walked away from Spike and the conversation full well knowing that Spike was trying to converse with you, I
Did you
would
eat it?
need to know what
It's
Spike
okay.
feels about that.
It's
And then
okay.
when you
It's
got
okay.
upstairs, you would have had to have
Wayne did
rolled
his thing.
stealth in order to
Let's
sneak
I'm glad
around.
there was at least here.
let's do this. Let's say that we ended the conversation with me going, uh,
Is she
maybe
still crying
tell
about
me
that?
next. Maybe tell me next time. And then he agreed to that, which I heard you say, that you
Yeah.
will say, hey, it's, I'm not fucking calling you Alucard, I'm calling you.
Call him
Call him
Al.
by his government name.
No, we're not doing that. Wow, no.
His government name.
Nope, not going to make that joke.
You could call
I'm
him
not
Al.
going to make that joke regardless of how fucking funny it would be. And then I'm going to start cooking food for Olivia because the poor child said she was hungry.
I also assume
you
the
you didn't
conversation ended
see
when you
her
shouted, 'cause
right
she's still crying out there.
that she was hungry. So
Why else would a woman send her child to my house?
fair.
Well, you know that she hangs out with us because on occasion we all agreed that we would try and teach her a little bit about magic.
That too.
Okay, fine. All of the adults have left this floor. Olivia, are you hungry or do you want to learn paladin magic?
If you're gonna teach her the paladin magic that you
Okay.
learned,
Spikey, pick a number between 1 and 20.
1 and 20, I'm going to pick 15.
It's 18.
Oh.
It's above 15. She wants to learn the paladin magic. She has
Cool.
forgotten
Guess
her
what,
hunger.
let me teach you about Tiamat.
Let me
Well,
teach you
sweet
about
dear
the holy
child, let me
smite.
tell you about the sweet lady Tiamat and her ability to where is it at? I have an ability here.
I feel like in the forest, Autumn would be so mad.
Wait, hold on.
Autumn's not here.
hold on.
Everybody's
Did my
run
marker-
upstairs. No one's around to hear him say, the sweet lady Tiamat. This is a great
Yeah.
time for Spikey to
Let me
bring
teach you-
Olivia into
All right,
the fold
so-
of Draconics.
Here is the deal. None of you are allowed to know outside of me posting this that this is the spell I'm going to try and teach this child. Feel free to read that at your leisure.
Oh, I think that's. It doesn't have the spell name, but that's. It's not.
Does
Is
that
it
require a verbal component, Spike, my friend?
Oh shit, does it? Did I fuck up? Did I misread? Hold
I'm
on.
pretty certain that says
I know exactly what this is.
Is it a
the target
command?
must obey your commands
Oh.
for the next 24 hours. I'm pretty certain that requires a verbal component.
That may.
I believe that is either.
Just teach her how to smite.
Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna teach.
That requires
Alright, that's fine.
no verbal component. She just
Yeah,
has
we're
to
gonna
be
teach
ordered
her-
up.
Bonk. The holy
Actually, no.
bonk.
Hold on. Does this one require speech?
Oh.
Nah, we're gonna teach her inflict wounds.
Thank God you weren't actually rolling that.
Inflict wounds.
Every child needs to know.
In brightest day and darkest night, let's teach this kid the paladin smite.
Listen. If early day or late at night, it's not my problem. I'll be all right. No cause you name is worth the fight. But if I'm bored, then I might.
I see.
Oh, that's a good
I
one.
was unfamiliar with your game.
Whoever worships Smite shall feel the wrath of the Green Lantern's light.
I know, but the joke is it's paladin smite.
I'm too tired.
Let's see.
I am a-
Inflict wounds. What does the component say? It says verbal, somatic.
Damn it! Are all of my abilities verbal?
There is a
Most of it.
chance that most of your abilities will have some sort of verbal component.
Give me a moment.
She cannot
Why?
learn how to inflict wounds. Why? Because even
It's
though
called-
it's on touch, the components require her to say a word. She can't say
Jokes on
Okay.
you. You know what I could teach her?
You're not
Fine.
there.
What?
I know.
I'm
There was no
I'm going to teach her this one. This one requires no verbal component.
Jokes on you. If Autumn was there, she would immediately teach
I'm
her
gonna-
primal savagery.
I'm gonna teach her thunderous smite. Also, can I cure her muteness with my abilities?
I
Nope.
think that is an
I feel like
interesting question.
Jokes on you, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me think
It's
about this.
magical muteness, though, isn't it?
Thunderous smite. I would love to have her be taught thunderous smite. Would you like
I
to
would
know
also
what the
love that.
component is?
God damn it!
Ah.
What is the component, Rose?
Verbal. Verbal.
Ah.
It is a verbal component.
Okay. Can I fucking
You
teach
can't
her
teach the child how to
bless?
murder.
Can I teach her bless? Can I do that?
Verbal.
Are you looking up your spells as you're mentioning them?
No. No,
Okay.
because I copied and pasted them from the rule book into the thing. No,
You
don't
cannot teach
open
her
the Windows
bless.
shop.
You cannot teach her bless.
I see. So magic is going well. All of this is canonically happening. Like, okay, so here's this spell. She blinks at you. Okay, so here's this spell. She blinks at you again.
Can I teach her Shield of Faith?
It has a verbal component.
Let
Oh
me
my
tell
god,
you.
do all of Hold on.
Let me tell you
pull
the
up the D&D
spells you
thing
can
again. Hold
treat.
on.
Can you play a mute
Okay.
paladin?
Let me tell you the spells that can be taught to her that have no verbal components. And I will find the
Okay.
one that says it works for paladin. So let me see. Let's see.
I was looking through all my spells trying to figure out what I could teach her. The
It-
only one I
it
could
is
teach
quite
her
funny.
minor illusion.
Because I know this.
I'm sorry.
Uh,
Is the V in D&D 5th edition book stand for verbal?
Yes.
V
Yes.
always stands for
I'm-
verbal. Here's
I'm
the issue. Here's the issue. The answer is there are no paladin spells that you could teach her that don't have a verbal component. Here are the ones
Teach her
that
how
you
to swing a
can teach
blade.
her that require either a bard, a sorcerer, a warlock, a druid, or a wizard to teach her. Control
I gotta look through
Flame.
my spell.
It is a cantrip and somatic only. Friends. It is a cantrip. It requires somatic and a material. Minor Illusion. It is a cantrip. Requires somatic and a material.
I have all three of those.
Mold
all
Earth
of my
is a cantrip. Somatic only. Primal Savagery. The only one that can do damage. Somatic only.
Yep.
Shape Water. Cantrip.
That's
somatic
Autumn's
only.
vibe.
Thunder Clap. Cantrip. Somatic only. True Strike, so she could take time before she attacks people. Cantrip, somatic only. Absorb Elements, a first level spell, somatic only. Catapult,
This is quite
first
fun.
level, somatic only. Ice Knife, a first level spell, somatic and material required. Illusory Script, first level spell, somatic, and has to have a material with a gold cost. There is no focus allowed. Puppet, first level spell,
Okay,
somatic only.
Hold on.
Jamie can't
Hold on.
teach a command word kill.
Hold on.
Damn.
Hold on. So
Beast
We were
Sense,
skilled enough
second
to
level.
teach her counter spell.
Counter Spell, third level.
Somatic only.
Huge.
Mislead,
counterspell.
fifth level, somatic only. And the only one that she can use that is the highest level she can use with only somatic, Demiplane, 8th level.
So I think, hold on, bear with me here. So I did some googling. while
Called
we were
maybe
discussing
our
the
boy
abilities.
should learn how to remove a curse.
So I could technically teach her Cure Wounds. I think the page on the wiki is incorrect because it does not. I even googled it to pull up like 3 other sites. I can teach her Cure Wounds because even though it has components as V listed on the community wiki, it does not anywhere else. And
No,
if you
I'm on
look
Beyond
at
right now. It is
It needs a
VS.
verbal.
It's Player's Handbook 2014 VS.
It's under Roll20
Verbal
as
somatic.
well. So if
Yeah.
I go into the book that is provided for spells, let's see, right there.
That is.
And I search up Cure Wounds.
That's a big old V.
Cure Wounds 2024 requirement, verbal and somatic. Cure Wounds from the 2014, verbal
Also
and
verbal.
somatic.
This is quite fun for me.
No, this is not fun. This is the opposite of fun.
I'm
We're
gonna
all having
eventually
fun at
teach
your
this kid
So
catapult.
you're technically
best.
showing her quite a few different spells that you know that you think might be possible for her to do. And every
When you can
time that
speak.
she makes the attempt to do them, they fail. You start realizing that the reason she's failing is because she's not able to say any of the command words that you're trying to use to teach her.
Oh, damn it, I can't teach an Eldritch Blast.
Nope, cannot teach her Eldritch Blast.
Verbal.
Misty is her main teacher right now.
Misty is her main teacher right now. At later levels, I would say that Alucard would also become one of her teachers, as he is a warlock.
I don't know how that works though, because can she do any of the magic that I do, given the fact
Yes.
that I'm a warlock?
Interesting.
Yes.
Really?
Patron?
She can. She can use
Huh.
Demiplane. Demiplane is a warlock spell. Mislead is a warlock spell. Hypnotic Pattern is a warlock spell. Counterspell
Okay,
is a
but like way in
warlock
the future.
spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
She can also use some cantrips that are warlock spells. Control Flames, Friends, Minor Illusion. Mold Earth is technically Sorcerer, Druid, and Wizard, but still.
So here's what Spike
Thunderclap,
was going
warlock.
to do.
True Strike, warlock.
Here's
but
what
what
Spike
I
was
mean
going
is
to do.
a
Druid, Autumn.
normal human girl, and like, so for me to use that magic, I have a patron. For someone that doesn't have a patron, would she even be able to use any of that?
So
See,
ironically, I'm realizing this.
some of these
Misty and
spells also
Capri are the
overlap
ones who can
with.
teach her.
Some of
Yeah,
these spells also
seemed-
overlap with other classes as well. So, when I say that a warlock is able to use this spell, there are other classes that can also make use of it. Like Bard can
Yeah,
use
so
Friends,
she
Warlock
can't use
can
a
use
warlock
Friends.
only one, but she can use something that like a bard and a warlock.
She can learn Thunderclap, which Bard, Druid, Sorcerer, and Wizard, as well as Warlock, can learn.
Mhm.
This would technically throw her into the Wizard category, as she's unfortunately having to learn all of this. But still.
Unfortunately, having to learn.
Yeah, no one wants to be a wizard if they can avoid it.
She could pick up literally all of these spells pretty easily. In fact, if she just stuck to Warlock and or Druid, she'd be able to learn all of these spells, really.
Mhm.
Yep, all of them.
She
Goodness.
can learn a fair bit from Capri because quite a few of my early stage spells are all non-verbal. Light,
But
prestidigitation, mending, repair, grease, arcane lock, and catapult
No,
all.
like-
yeah.
According to my Google search, apparently they do not require verbal.
I use light on a day-to-day basis.
Anyway, Spike, what were
While
you
not
going to
typically
do?
a verbal component, an artificer often needs to use their spellcasting focus to cast spells instead of.
Alright.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk over to Olivia and I'll be like, as Tiamat is my witness, I am going to cure you of this weakness, and I will teach you at least one spell. At least one spell. And then I'm going to hand her a bowl of soup.
You hand her a bowl of soup. Please roll me a d20.
What?
To see how good
What?
it is.
Bowl of soup.
Please roll
19.
me a d20.
Good
You
bowl
give
of
her the
19.
mimic bowl. You give
Why are
her
you
a
like
mimic-
this?
You give her a mimic bowl
I'm
of
not
soup.
helping you. I'm not. Listen, if this ends in a bad thing, I'm not helping you in 14 anymore.
But all I said is that the mimic eats food and eats, like, precious metal. Why would you think it would go bad?
Because if anything happens to Olivia, I'm going to kill everyone in the tavern and then myself. Do you understand?
I understand.
This is so serious to me.
I'm pretty certain everyone feels the same. But anyways,
We must
Olivia
protect the
does
little
take the
laddie.
bowl of soup and she does sip at the soup.
Now I have to figure out how to cure fucking muteness.
Good.
Or we just have to break a curse, which would be taking down the hag that.
It's
placed it
called
there.
remove curse.
There's also remove curse. Yeah, a spell.
But the thing is,
If only was Jerry over here. But no, this is wonderful.
So I
Well,
guess after this this whole thing kind of went sideways.
Yes.
To kind of round back,
back to our conversation.
Yeah. Of Capri admitting to Misty that he has been spending the past few days actually trying to hunt down coinage in hopes of finding enough of it and somebody who can potentially raise Dragoni.
Uh, now she doesn't look like she's been crying. Actually, she looks quite stone faced. She has quite a bit of resolve in her, perhaps in a way that's slightly concerning. And she says, I have my own contacts and resources. God damn it. I have my own contacts and resources, and I've been looking to see what we've got available, but I don't want to put us out of our means. I there's I don't know what to do. You don't need to. But she's like struggling to come up with this. I've got a couple things. I appreciate your help. It's I think something I need to take care of.
Just
She's got.
remember,
Mhm.
no matter where you go, what you do, or what you're going to decide from this point on, your friends will be here. I'll be here.
Thank you for that. Free. You've done so much for me. It's Somebody's fucking
Autumn's
chairs.
worried that Misty hates her on the inside.
Um, this whole kind of like one-on-one, you will also notice that Caprice, technically he couldn't fully hide it, but he's still a little teary-eyed from earlier in the day. So there is a bit of a noticeable tear track out of one of his eyes, at least.
You doing okay over there?
He looks side to side to just kind of like almost kind of shiftily before he leans in and is like, Peppa called me dad.
Oh my goodness. Oh well,
I-
that's real nice. That's good news. You've been mighty kind to her over these past couple days, I guess. I've been in and out of the tavern a couple loose ends, and I've seen kind of what you do, so I'm sure she appreciates it a great deal. It's basically what I'm getting at is she's kind of got a character arc that she's gonna go through.
No.
Is it
DM
trying to stab Spiker?
DM question. How close are we to our next level? Just so I know planning wise what she's going.
Um, I would say over the course of the next probable job, you'll probably level up.
Okay.
It really depends on which job you guys end up picking up.
Yep.
Okay.
Fair enough. We'll probably pick the one that sounds like it's the biggest.
Well, luckily, next level up, I can use remove curse.
You can use remove first. Fantastic.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I
As
can
well,
cast
what?
third level spells at level 5, and remove curse is one of them. And Warlock
Oh,
knows it.
nice.
By this time, the cleaning has been completed with all the additional hands and hand helpers. So Autumn, Pepper, Henry, and Lucy arrive to the tavern.
Amid that, I mean, I think she'd probably try to ask about the competition. Being that she kind of was aware of it happening, she'd like check in on it. I mean, even if she's going through her own shit, she feels bad that she can't be like, I don't know, more excited for Capri.
Yeah,
He's
Capri
a
will
good
give
friend to
you
her.
Capri will give
What-
you the rundown of what happened, and he will show you a couple of things that he has now.
Yeah.
One being that he'll show you the spice pouch that he will full blown admit he found when he went down below the church.
Mm.
He will also show off the bag of the dust of deliciousness, and as one final thing, he will also pull out, just to show for a moment, a second book of curses.
That does it look different from the first one that we have?
It does.
Oh, what's that? Where'd you pick that?
It turns out from from down below in that there, I guess you could call it some sort of bunker. Turns out Miss Autumn found this one stuffed into who knows where down there.
From that
Did Capri
church down.
Yeah.
Huh.
So I'm keeping it stowed away for right now, safekeeping wise.
Okay.
did Capri tell Misty that Spiku's the one who won the contest?
Yeah, Capri does full out, admit to like how the competition went, who won, what we got. Like he spills a yarn.
Mhm.
Basically by the equivalency of by popular demand with my entertainer background, I spin a yarn.
Spins a yarn. Well, she's gonna completely ignore that you said Spike and say, I'm happy that you did so well. It'll be good for the tavern. Oh.
We're
She is
definitely
not
not.
fucking ready to deal
We
with
will
that shit right
definitely not be. We're definitely not going to be running out of food for a long while, especially with
now.
them cauldrons.
Comforting to hear. I guess she'd maybe ask about Olivia. Yeah, because that's the only thing I guess she can think of that she has invested.
Well, I mean, the little one's here right now, just downstairs.
Mm.
Want to poke
I
her
get the
head out?
feeling that she's probably just kind of enjoying hanging out here while her ma and the others are cleaning up the competition.
Fair enough.
Without context, that's great.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but okay. Well, it's now. Is she gonna, or would Capri mention that he has a new hire?
He would mention that he has an individual on essentially a probation. Uh, Kind of a oddball of sorts, but he speaks a fancy word. I want to see if, on a trial by fire, if he can advertise for us. Maybe add a
Now,
pair of hands to help him.
is the person in the hallway with us right now? I asked the person.
Tell me,
Is
Mr. I snuck upstairs. What was your sneak again? Because I cannot find it. There it was,
I can
16.
just roll it again if you want. Oh.
It was a 16 by the looks of it.
So tell me, you guys are busy in the conversation. Are you able to passively hear him with the 16?
My passive's a 15, so he beats mine.
My passive also the
I think I'm the only one who has a 17.
so we don't know.
Yeah. So it sounds
Give
like
specialize.
it sounds
You have
like
successfully stealth.
yeah, it sounds
Um,
like you have no idea this guy's up here. And has been
Yeah.
listening
Well-
to the every word that has been said so far.
Well, this is actually when I'm gonna
His brand entrance.
not grand, darling, not grand. But he is just gonna be like, "Hi, sorry to interrupt," and then
He
turn
sticks
to
his
Misty
head in.
and introduce himself.
Hello.
Well, hello there. Sticks his head in. Ah.
And then he'll turn to Misty and just introduce himself. I look after Threepwood. And then just like clarify, I apologize. I did not want to hear any of your conversation. I've just been looking around this new establishment I find myself in. Wait, do you need me to roll a deception on that?
Pardon the
I mean,
eavesdropping.
were you in fact exploring and then just happened upon a conversation, or are you lying? Because if that's the case, that on one hand
How
you're persuading, on the other you're deceiving.
how long
Well,
have you been eavesdropping?
I started with looking around, but then I heard them talking, and then I started. Then I rolled my stealth.
5, 10,
Like, but
12.
listening. All right, I guess I'll roll.
Roll your deception.
Yeah, you've been eavesdropping for a good bit.
Well,
Shit, god damn
Man,
it.
they don't know you've been eavesdropping for a good bit. They
Ah.
think you've just been walking around and just walked past the moment that Misty started talking about the child Olivia.
I mean, all I said is I didn't mean to listen in, but I did
Oh.
hear what you said.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I apologize that I'm not in my best form right now.
Have you ever been though?
You can't tell that I'm looking at you with a certain look, but people that know me in person know the look that
Oh
I'm
no,
giving you right
no,
now.
I can feel it. I can feel it in my soul.
I'm well
Okay.
aware of the look.
Uh-huh. Yeah, anyway.
So Alaka's just gonna turn and say, "It sounds like all of you have gone through a lot. I apologize to you, going to Misty, and I very much apologize, and then to Capri, to you, because you seem to be keeping it together the most at the minute, for the benefit of others.
Please roll me another
Can I?
insight,
Okay.
Capri and Misty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, yeah, you eavesdropped, but did you eavesdrop that much? They still don't know.
Would you mind?
Misty a little bit distracted.
You're starting to believe that maybe from his point of view, it sounds like you've had a hard time. Maybe was more of it looks like you've had a hard time. You've been in and out of this room, yeah, a few times, but it doesn't look like you've been out of the building for a good bit.
She. I don't know how to explain that she has in a way that isn't giving away what she's doing, but she certainly hasn't done it during like daylight hours when others are going to see her and maybe question her or talk to her. See how
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's not doing great.
You've not been getting proper sunlight. You've been getting moonlight, and moonlight is very,
Yeah,
very
she's been getting
small
moonlight
amounts.
and thank God proper meat. But
I doubt you'll even be getting that because there's no windows in that room.
yeah, it's an inside room. Well, she's been going outside. She's been getting proper Capri nourishment, at least, which is all we can hope.
She's gotten food. She's been in and out of this room a few times, and she's saying that she's been in and out of the house a few times, which means she's gotten moonlight every time she's been
she's
out
gotten
of the house.
moonlight. She has not had normal social interaction, and yeah, everybody's kind of wondering about her. I mean, she's a bit of a mystery this week, I guess, but nobody wants to kind of walk on eggshells around her, which I assume is what most people would experience in an awkward social situation.
I mean,
So,
not me, but you know.
yeah, it's you best fucking believe that you are lucky you have not encountered her this week.
On a
I mean, you could
different
come
note.
downstairs and stab me if you want to, if that'll make you feel better.
Oh no, it'll be something other.
On a different note, all of my lovely players, we have been playing for 4 hours now, so we are going to have to call it here so that way everybody can get the chance to get some good rest before
Yes.
tomorrow, because although tomorrow is Saturday and quite a few people might not have to work, I do have a few things that I have to get done before Sunday.
This is my last weekend off before I'm back on my regular work schedule. So I'm looking to sleep in. Yes,
And I'm
we've
pretty
done it.
certain Oni's up until like 3 a.m. right now, so it's almost 4 a.m. maybe for him. So the answer is it's probably best we call it here.
Probably best, yes.
Before we check out, I want to ask two super important questions, Rose. Did we ever, and you can refresh my memory, did we ever investigate further the curse we found in the book about Olivia? And did we ever ask her what she actually wished for?
You have never asked her what she wished for at all. But you did investigate further into the book that she had and found out it was
Frankly,
a
not
hag's
our
curse
business.
that curses her. And you investigated a little further into the book that you found under the church, which is why you now have a page of power will kill from
So
specifically your god.
let's go off on a cliffhanger real quick. Oh, I forgot I had that power word kill page. Hold on.
He's like, wait a second, my plans have.
He says in front of the child.
Hold on.
You made that deal with Autumn in order to get that page, so yeah, you should
That's
write
right,
that down.
I did. All right, I'm writing it down. I'm going to write down on a sticky note. So hey, what did you wish for when you cast that spell? And hand it to Olivia.
You realize you can speak, right? She's the only one that can't.
Yeah, but she's a child.
Does
who
she know
can't
how to
speak,
write,
and I'm
though?
trying to.
She does know how to write.
Does
She's
she know
been
how to
writing.
read?
She knows
God
how to read.
damn it, Rose.
Okay.
Okay, she knows how to read, but she doesn't know how to write.
She knows how to write. She's been writing this whole time.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
How
my
do you
thought.
think she's been communicating? She's been writing with like a chalkboard and chalk. She's been writing.
Okay.
Spiker was about to unfriend you on Final
Yeah.
Fantasy.
She's been writing. She's
I
been
can't.
listening.
She's in my
She
free
can
company.
read. She knows that. She knows how to do all three. She was very nicely taught by her father how to write and how to read by her mother.
That's on me. I was thinking about the age thing. I was not thinking about the. So yeah, she would have probably had a more advanced situation learning wise.
So what does she say to me, or what does she write down?
What did she wish for?
Yes.
Or is that for next?
She writes on the piece of paper and hands it back over to you. And her word is her parents to be alive.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
So
Oh.
yeah, those two are dead, are they? Not her real parents.
But anyway, we will leave you with
something
that
has-
harsh feels cliffhanger.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I think that's a good spot to
Yeah, that's a good cliffhanger.
call it.
Jesus.
Next time, we will get probably a little bit more into Olivia's backstory, as well as Lucy and Henry. And hopefully, we will get into another quest. But at this point in time, thank you guys all for coming to tonight's game. I hope you all had a lovely time. I know I definitely did. I will not be reading out tonight as I am way too tired to figure out who. But I hope you
Vash.
all.
Vash is the answer.
Vash is the answer. You want me to raid
He's
over
playing
to
Final
Vash?
Fantasy 16. Just raid out the Vash.
Okay, okay. I will raid over to Vash.
No thinking required.
Stand by. Gonna mute myself.
I like it when other people.
But anyways, thank you guys all for coming to tonight's stream. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your night, and I will see you hopefully sometime either later tomorrow or on Monday for a little bit more of either Final Fantasy XIV, or maybe I'll show you guys a little sneak peek into the workings of my new 2.0 model. Until then, have a lovely rest of your night. Bye-bye!
Bye.
Good night.
It's time for me to take a nap.